Hey, welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Well, I thought the new home run derby format was an absolute, dare I say it, home run. I thought it was awesome.
Oh, look at you.
And so the number to join the show, what did you think of the new format last night? 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. We get a thrilling walk-off in epic fashion. Brad, I know you and Cubs fans definitely not happy to see Jordan Walker blast 4 home runs in a row on his final pitch. The magenta balls, they finally came in handy, although it was one of those not a magenta balls. I don't know, a little controversy, a little conspiracy theory there, but he outlasts the hometown favorite, Kyle Schwarber. Jordan Walker wins $1 million last night. That's more money than he's going to make this entire season with the Cardinals. He's only getting paid $800,000 this year, although he might be in for a big fat contract coming up real soon. But Brad, just to start with the new format and what you thought of the home run derby last night, I thought it was awesome. I think Jeff Passan was terribly wrong before it happened. He owned his take. The clock not being there was great. We got to admire majestic tape shot home runs, and we got ourselves a pretty damn good conclusion to it as well. So all in all, it was a win, a big win for baseball, and it was a big win for the long ball, and we know chicks dig that for sure.
Yeah, and so do I. It was compelling, man. I was glued to the television. My kids were glued to the television as well. I was, absolutely just spellbound. But what I was witnessing, especially late in that competition, the Philadelphia fans were outstanding. Booing Jordan Walker when he was making hard contact and standing there with the dish with the chance to win it, cheering every single pop-up, a non-home run swing that he had, but it wasn't enough. And you could just see it with the cutaways on Schwarber's face, man. You could read in his eyes. He was like, oh, bleep, I think Walker is going to beat me. I mean, he thought he was going to get eliminated the prior round because, with the cutaways, if you saw, he was taking off the batting gloves and he was muttering stuff to himself under his breath saying, yeah, it's pretty much a wrap. But he was able to survive, get to the final championship round, put on a bit of a show. It was certainly rowdy and raucous there inside the bank. But Jordan Walker, you want to talk about clutch. You want to talk about ice water pumping through the veins on your last swing, needing, 4 bombs to walk it off? Home run, home run, home run, home run. And yes, my friend and former colleague, Jeff Passan, was horrifically wrong. He thought this home run derby was going to be a devastating bout of explosive diarrhea after about 3 orders of, Taco Bell, Nachos Bel Grande. But it was certainly not the case at all. The tummy was A-okay, and everybody was tuned in from beginning to end, and we weren't sitting on the can. So way to go, Major League Baseball. You pulled one off, and this needs to be the format forevermore. I thought it was perfect, and I loved every second of it.
310-840-4910. What did you think of the new format? I know Rob Manfield, he definitely loved it, and I call him that jokingly because I did see one of the old clips surface. I think it was the one that Morneau won the home run derby, and whoever was introducing him said, Commissioner of Baseball, Rob Manfield. that was before he was the commissioner of baseball. I guess he was the VP of whatever, but yeah, anyway, you get my point there. Manfred, he definitely loved it because it was definitely a smash hit success. I did think a week ago or on Friday before the weekend, I was like, you know what? We know football can survive going to streaming. We know the NBA playoffs can survive going to streaming. can the home run derby still get enough viewers by going to Netflix? I haven't seen anything on the official viewership or the numbers, Brad, but I got to tell you what, I didn't think it was a great presentation when they did opening night, Yankees and Giants.
Agreed.
And I thought some of it was corny, having the guys come out of, the trolleys and whatever. But I think all in all last night, I thought Rizzo, CeCe, the guys they had on the broadcast and the Netflix presentation, all in all, like even beforehand, even before it started, they did add some comedy. They had this skit where it's like, quote unquote, Philly mom talking about, Citizens Bank Park and the last time the Derby and the All-Star game was in Philadelphia and the history and whatnot. I thought it was a pretty damn good success. I thought it was a win for Netflix as well. But yeah, the format itself, like Rob Manfred, whoever suggested that to him, deserves a raise. Although, again, whoever suggested the time clock in the first place was an absolute idiot trying to cater to our shrinking attention span. So I think that was the biggest takeaway by far. We'll get more into the details of Jordan Walker and some of the other incredible performances that we saw last night and some of the disappointing ones as well. Although I'm very happy Ben Rice only took 20 swings and that was it. But again, I think the format...
Yeah.
The format should stay. If there's any change in the future, go back to 10 outs. I still think that is the best because, again, we had a couple in the first round, 13, 12. Think about it. Those guys only made 8 outs? So we could have even had some more home run. And I saw Buster Olney too, by the way. Oh, last year's home run, 275 or whatever. This year there was only like 130 or whatever. It's quality over quantity.
Who cares?
Yeah, you get exactly.
Right.
How many 480-foot, 490-foot bombs did we see get hit into the upper deck? And you don't have to worry about trying to split your eyes as that one's going up. You got to look back to the other side of the split screen because they're going to throw the next pitch. I thought it was great. It was 2.5 hours or a little bit longer than that because, again, they didn't really start until like 8:25 p.m. Eastern. So all in all, the actual run time was just over 2 hours. I felt it was a good length. It was really enjoyable. It was easy to watch. You didn't need to be on social media the entire time and checking stuff. I found, and again, we were doing the show, but even if I wasn't, I felt like I would have just been able to be glued to the TV, which is not commonplace nowadays for watching sports or watching anything for that matter. So again, you gave a clap. I'll give a clap to Major League Baseball, to Netflix, and the Home Run Derby. I thought it was a smash hit.
Yeah, okay. I got one gripe, though, with Netflix. This is just me. I'm wearing the producer hat, and, I've been an EP on several shows over the years that I created and, kind of been behind, the scene of the crime, behind the glass, so to speak. And the one issue that I had, especially as we got kind of into the deeper rounds, the cutaways, they were like zooming in instead of going and panning out wide and watching the full swing, the ball coming off the bat. You saw the zoomed in shots that were happening too often. Then there was a quick cutaway, maybe the outfield, and then you would see the ball make its landing spot, its deposit, and it took forever to get there. I had an issue with that. They got to have a cleaner broadcast. They got to have a more seamless transitions and cutaways overall, and make sure you see the full swing, the full contact made. Now, I did love the slow-mo camera. That was outstanding. Baseball alterations when it was making the contact with the bat, especially with some of those high velo swings. I thoroughly enjoyed that because you could just see the change in shape of the baseball making that contact with the wood. That was a sensational photography, to say the least. So I did enjoy that. And the other thing, too, is this, for all the people that are, griping and bitching and moaning about the fact that there weren't more home runs like Buster Olney. Oh, yeah, there were, only 100 some odd instead of 270. I thought, the batters are more calculated. They were more patient. And that built the drama up, man, especially with Jordan Walker there, needing those walk-off home runs to seal the deal in just an epic fashion. And, he did. He waited for the exact right pitch. He took, a couple of balls. And I'm like, oh, is he going to swing now? Is he? Is it going to be out of the park? Is it going to be a pop-up? Is it going to be all she wrote? I mean, I was standing up in my living room. My wife didn't give two bleeps about the home run derby, and she came in. She's like, "Oh, this is interesting," and she started watching it. My kids were standing up. We were, of course, cheering against Jordan Walker as diehard Cubs fans, trying to root for our guy Kyle Schwarber, who is obviously a franchise hero, though he, of course, plays for the Philadelphia Phillies now. But that was compelling. It drew us in and kept us watching and engrossed. And that's what everybody is trying to achieve in every single broadcast. So Netflix can clean up some of the production elements, but overall, outstanding delivery, and especially that finish, man. That was a mic drop moment, something else.
Yeah, for sure. 310-840-4910. Again, what did you think of the new home run derby format and the derby in general last night? You know, you mentioned the Philly fans booing Jordan Walker with every swing and cheering whenever he would make it out in that final round. You know, they were also booing the kids in true Philly sports fans fashion, booing the kids in the outfield anytime they would drop a ball, which, by the way, as another observation, way less kids in the outfield. I know that kid got hit last year on a line drive, and I think he was okay. I don't think anything seriously harmful happened to him, but that was definitely probably a change because I noticed like there was nobody when the ball went to like opposite field gap or if whatever they made bad contact and just shanked it the other way. There was nobody in the outfield. I feel like I remember there being like 100+ kids in the outfield, and they were only to the pole side. So that was something just small that I noticed. But yeah, the Philly fans booing them whenever they would drop it. They booed Jordan Walker. I don't know if they threw any batteries at him like they did Santa or pelted them. But I thought the Philly fans were definitely part of the broadcast. I did see some clips when Jordan Walker hits that last home run, the ball soaring through the sky. It's just complete dead silence. Like, wow, Schwarber really lost on this guy. Really came back and did this. And one other thing with the Netflix, the one thing I really did like, I think it was Elle Duncan. I think she was one of the, they had the little round table off to the side, and they showed
with the couches and everything. Yep.
Yeah, they showed the Schwarbomb, which is an ice cream treat at Citizens Bank Park, which is like a fried Uncrustable with fruity pebbles and ice cream and all this different kind of stuff. Incredible. We did our fair share of previewing ballpark foods before the season started. And I did think one of the laugh out loud moments was when they said, that's the Schwarbomb. She goes, you might be taking some other kind of bomb if you eat that. So I thought they did a good job in incorporating Philly into the broadcast. We'll see what happens tonight with the All-Star game. But yeah, man, again, really, really solid night for baseball. And, Wilson Contreras, who had one of the longest odds, comes one swing shy of nearly knocking Schwarber out in the semifinals. Jordan Walker had the third shortest odds, or the third longest odds, I should say. He ends up winning the damn thing. So it was a great night if you put a couple of shekels on those guys. Of course, I took Harper just to get to the second round, and he couldn't do that. But what are you going to do? Them's the breaks, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's particularly unpredictable. And, ultimately the reason why I think Jordan Walker won this thing, his approach, being that guy that was just trying to hit lasers. He was hitting nothing but piss missiles over and over again. And I don't think it was overly taxing on him. Like your boy Ben Rice, he went out there and had, 20 swings? But my God, he was dog tired by the end of his session, man. He was out of gas. There were a couple of guys that were certainly experiencing the downsides. They just didn't have the endurance. But credit to Jordan Walker. He had the right mindset, the right approach. He wasn't trying to hit moonshots. He wasn't trying to hit the 500-footer. Wilson Contreras was. But what Walker was trying to do is just hit lasers out to left field. Simple deposits into the bleachers. They may go consistently at like 360, 370, 380 feet, but he was racking up homers as a result. And he didn't take a toll physically compared to some of the other hitters that were involved in this contest. So, that's something to kind of take away and looking at the analyzing of why Jordan Walker won it. And if you're trying to predict who's going to win the home run derby, whoever is participating next year, look for guys that can hit those line drive home runs and not necessarily the majestic moonshots, because they're going to have more gas left in the tank the deeper in the rounds they get.
So we thought, obviously, that the Derby format was great. If you agree, if you disagree, you want to call in, you want to text in 310-840-4910. But it got me thinking, Brad, because that was a big win. And I feel like so often the conversation, whether it's because we sound like crotchety, stay off my lawn guys or whatnot, but I feel like so much of the conversation when it comes to the All-Star break for each sport, it's usually negative, right? I mean, the Pro Bowl is a gigantic waste of time. So was the NHL, and they did the Four Nations face-off, which was awesome. That's probably the best All-Star event I've seen in the last 20 years. NBA All-Star game, they tried to make it. They tried to change. I applauded them for it, doing Team USA versus World. I still think it fell short of the mark. And then you have this, the slam dunk contest, which is basically on the same playing field as the home run derby. It's the event before the event. With the Pro Bowl, I mean, they play flag football as the centerpiece now. They have all the different kind of skills competitions that I don't think I've caught a lick of in the last 3 years. I don't know if they even do the skills competition anymore for the NHL because they did the Four Nations face-off. But is there a way? We made the home run derby for the better, a change for the better. Is there any way that we can do that to make it more appealing with the slam dunk contest, with the Pro Bowl, with anything? Or is this centers around smashing home runs, and as long as you get it right, it's going to be a win, and it's just that easy? Or like, can we make the slam dunk contest better?
Yeah, there's probably ways creatively to make it better. I mean, first and foremost, you need star power. You need guys that people actually want to see, guys that can elevate, guys that can, just absolutely throw it down. I mean, you can still have the Mac McClungs of the world involved in those competitions. Diminutive white guy going out there doing 360 dunks. It's pretty sick. And jumping over cars. It's pretty nasty, gnarly. That's going to bring in an audience. But what people want to see are the stars that are, the SGAs of the world. Some of those guys can go out there and do their own acrobatics and really, command attention because of the brand name that is affiliated. That's what the NBA needs to rectify the dunk contest more than anything. Going to the NFL, there's no way to fix that product. I think the flag football game is fine. Essentially the other previous Pro Bowls with the actual pads and helmets on, it was a glorified version of flag football anyway. Personally, I love the dodgeball competition that they had a couple of years ago. That was a highly entertaining watch, and the guys were taking it quite seriously. So I say scrap all the flag stuff, scrap all the other skills competitions. Let's just play some team oriented. We can have the team captains. They can pick their guys and have a dodgeball tournament for the NFL. That I would tune into, and I think it would grow in popularity over time. The NHL, I don't really care. The Four Nations, I agree. I don't really watch that all-star game. But of the major sports, baseball in general kind of gets these competitions right. I think they get their all-star game mostly right. But the NBA, it needs wholesale changes, and the NFL just needs to be blown up. There is no reason to have a Pro Bowl level game unless it's a flag football version that is played on an NFL field, because guys are just not going to put their heart into it. They're not going to risk their bodies, their limbs, knowing, of course, it's a violent sport, and there's tremendous downside for them, suffering a colossal or major injury. So, yeah, I mean, there's probably some creative ways, and we want to hear from our audience at 310-840-4910. How can you improve some of these all-star festivities, no matter the sport? Because I would love to hear those fixes.
Yeah, I think it's. I think you hit it right on the head. The slam dunk contest. We need the stars. I mean, you can't have Carter Bryant for the San Antonio Spurs, who I know some people actually, got to know, but only because they went to the NBA Finals. Honestly, I couldn't even tell you who the other three guys were off the top of my head. I don't remember. I don't even remember them. The Mac McClung days. I feel like we've done it. We jumped the shark there with Mac McClung. Yeah. So the stars have to play. Nobody wants to watch like the home run derby. Even Jordan Walker's having an incredible year. He's not a household name. He's having a great year. He's become an all-star, and also the guy can hit moonshots. I mean, you mentioned he was hitting laser line drives. He can hit the ball out of the park. So even if you didn't get household names for the home run derby, you get guys that could put on a show. I think it would still be a success. But yes, the years when we had Aaron Judge dominated and Harper dominated and Soto dominated, like those ones end up being the best. The Josh Hamilton, who maybe wasn't a household name, but put on probably the single greatest one-round performance in a home run derby in the history of the event. Like, yeah, people will always remember that. You want to improve the NBA All-Star weekend, you need the stars to play to perform in the slam dunk contest. Football, like you mentioned, I don't know if there's any fix at all, because think of the nature of it. You can't have the Pro Bowl in the middle of the season. I mean, you're just going to have a dead bye week for the entire league to do that. That's never going to fly. The end of the year, I mean, think of it. Shador Sanders was a Pro Bowler last year because basically you can't take anybody in the Super Bowl. You can't take anybody that just got knocked out of the playoffs. And so you're going to the bottom half of starting position players at their position. And if you do it the week before the Super Bowl, does anybody care? If you do it the week after the Super Bowl, surely nobody cares. So, yeah, I don't know if there is really any solution for football whatsoever, but we're open to hearing your ideas. We've got some phone callers here right out of the gate. Let's get to 310-840-4910. Before we do that really quickly, you're listening to BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, let's get to the phone lines here. Tommy is in Michigan. Starts this off. Tommy's on line one. What's going on, Tommy? I think that Sean Taylor hit on, was it Brian Moorman?
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's fine. You can say that. Tommy, I appreciate the call, but I think you're off here on a couple of points. Again, the NHL, they made a change. They had. Well, yeah, no, Tommy, we're gonna move on. I appreciate the call. But no, like the NHL made a change. They said, let's have these guys play for country. Now, again, it worked out perfectly that it was kind of a tune-up for the Winter Olympics, but they said, let's make it for country. And these guys, you want to talk about an all-star game where nobody cares. I think these guys cared about that event more than they did actual regular season hockey. That was awesome to see. Now, that's tough to do. And the NBA, they changed the format. It wasn't 178 to 171. They played 3 different quarters. They did two Team USAs, 1 Team World. Again, I applauded it. It still didn't really make for an incredible product. I mean, I was intrigued by it, but I'm an NBA diehard fan, so I could see there was a lot of people that were like, it didn't really do anything for me. But again, so I don't know. Tommy made some points, but Brad, I feel like that's the kind of the get off my lawn, old man. That's just like, you know what? None of it matters. I feel like we made some decent changes here, or at least some decent attempts. And just within the home run derby, there was a format that worked. They got back to it. That's what I thought made last night so good.
Yeah, you got to try it and see if it sticks. Bottom line. And, there's been some creative measures that have been made across the breadth of professional sports that's out there. The Four Nations stuff is awesome because, hockey is fully ingrained and patriotism is powerful. Really in any sport, especially in the NHL, especially with Team Canada, Team USA, some of the other foreign countries, the representatives. I mean, that was incredible stuff. So, we need more of that. I don't know if you're going to apply it to every single sport that's out there, but yeah, there's got to be some creative changes plug and play, try some stuff out, see if it resonates with the viewers, see if it resonates with the players and the personnel as well. And if it does, then you go in and implement that and you move forward. But we're never going to have true perfection, I think, in a lot of these exercises until you start experimenting with different trials and tribulations and angles that are out there. Last night's home run derby was a step in the perfect direction. Again, I think it was the best home run derby I've seen in my lifetime, and I've been alive since roughly 1836.
Yeah, and again, this is definitely just living off the Josh Hamilton round. But even then, I know he didn't even win it. I don't know how you beat that derby, because that round for me will never be topped. Overall, was this derby really damn good? Yes. Best one ever? I don't know. I might disagree with you there, but we've got plenty of other callers and texters to get to, so we'll take a short break here, 310-840-4910. But did you enjoy the new home run derby format? What other changes can we try to make to the other sports all-star weekends to make them better? And any of your general thoughts on the derby last night. We'll get your calls and your texts when we return, 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We're just getting rolling here on a Tuesday. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year, where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt. I can be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot, and I watch a lot, and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. Like, this should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
Alrighty, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We got a couple of callers that we're going to get to here in just a second. So if you want to join the line, no worries. We got a couple open lines for you. 310-840-4910. We've also got a bunch of texts to get to. But breaking down the home run derby from last night, did you enjoy the new format? What did you think of Jordan Walker's performance? Any other reactions, general thoughts that you have? And then Brad and I taking it beyond the scope of just last night. How can we improve other sports all-star game weekends? Hockey feels like they kind of nailed it. Although, can you do the Four Nations face-off every year? I don't know if that's sustainable. Really, it's the slam dunk contest. And what the hell do we do with the Pro Bowl? What do we do with the NFL All-Star Weekend, which is the Pro Bowl? 310-840-4910. Let's get back to the calls here. John in Oklahoma is next up on line one on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, John? I'd love that. Good.
Oh, yeah, I do. Yeah, look, I think that's a very interesting perspective. Pat, this is going to date me. And obviously, I'm almost 50 years old, but I used to watch reruns when I was a kid of the old school home run derby that they would play. It would be like a weekly show. I think it was on like ABC, if I recall correctly. And they had the mega stars that were going toe to toe, and they filmed it and then they would air it. So it'd be like Mickey Mantle, it'd be like Ernie Banks, as a caller just laid out. You could have something like that and have it as a Netflix series. I think guys would be tuning in. I think sports fans, MLB baseball fans would certainly be watching that on a regular basis. So that could be another iteration of the home run derby stretched out over a number of days if they wanted to make it more of a television series / show kind of run. So yeah, that's a very interesting 2 cents there, and I appreciate it. And I would watch.
Yeah, John, appreciate the call. So I think, and you're Brad, you're alluding to it. I think what he mentioned, I did a quick Google because I didn't know what he was talking about, and I wasn't born till '94, so I definitely wasn't alive for it. But I Googled, and it's saying, Ernie Banks. There was the famous 1960s televised home run derby series.
Yep.
Where he defeated Gil Hodges, lost to Mickey Mantle and Jackie Jensen, but it was like a weekly show, and he had baseball's top hitters competing for like cash prizes, and they did like 9 inning matchups, I guess, throughout the season. I don't know if that's ever possible to do something like that. I'm assuming that's what John was talking about, but that seems like that was probably a hit back when it was first going down.
It was, and I think you could get away with it, but you're gonna have to tape it probably like during spring training. Assuming guys would opt in and, have to be worried about straining an oblique or anything other, muscular kind of setback that could endure when you're swinging so hard and heavy at that early, stage of the Major League Baseball season. But if you tape those in like March and he had like 10 episodes of some of the bigger stars of the game and he slow rolled them the entire year on Netflix, on an Amazon, on one of the streaming platforms, I think people would be surprised the kind of audience it would draw.
310-840-4910. Let's get back to your phone calls here. Also, we're asking you, how can we fix other all-star game weekends? The home run derby, slam dunk contest, the Pro Bowl. Let's get to Sean in Indiana, who's next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Sean? We're doing good, man.
Good. Oh, I love that actually.
Yeah, that's a very interesting idea. Sean, appreciate that. Again, assuming, Brett, there's no players from the Super Bowl, obviously, that are going to attend the Pro Bowl games anyway. So, yeah, and you could do, you have media row leading the couple days leading up to the Super Bowl. You have a lot of the NFL stars anyway, but yeah, fly them all out to wherever the Super Bowl is on a yearly basis. Next year, it's SoFi, right, in LA. And maybe have just the Pro Bowl games on the day of the Super Bowl. I honestly, I'm trying to think of a reason to argue against it, but I feel like that's a pretty good idea from our guy Sean.
It's a wonderful idea because a pregame is exhausting and it's terribly just overplayed. I hate it. I don't watch any of the pregame at all. I'm usually with my buddies. There's a kegger that's thrown in one of my pals' houses every single year around the Super Bowl. We're hamming it up, catching up, asking each other how our families are doing, how's life, slugging back a few brewskis, and then finally kickoff commences and we're ready to watch some football. We don't give a crap about any of the pregame breakdowns and all that nonsense. Now, if there was a dodgeball game, if there was a flag football game, would I, have an eye peeled with a television broadcast on in the background? Yes. Would there be maybe an opportunity to bet on some of that as well to raise the entertainment level of the action? Hell yes. Take my money, BetMGM. Like, I'm totally down with that kind of perspective. So, yeah, I think that's a really smart idea because the pregame stuff, man, it's just too much. And I totally agree that, I don't need 6 hours of pregame BS of, the matchup and all the tear-jerker stories that they churn out on a regular basis.
And producer Brandon Combs makes a good point in our show chat. He said, only concern if it is in the stadium, there is a ton of setup and prep work for the game and all the shows that they do. Might have to maybe have it.
No, you're not going to do it in the stadium.
Facility. Yeah, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, you do it at the practice field or something like that. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to do it where the Super Bowl is going to be played. Like, there's no reason to get in people's way and have it, all the setup and all the stuff that goes on in the process to ensure that the Super Bowl is going to start off without a hitch. We got the Star Spangled Banner. You've got God Bless America. You've got all the pomp and circumstance pregame. They got to get all that stuff set up. You got security that you got to worry about. So yeah, just play it on adjacent fields. There's practice fields all over the damn place outside NFL stadiums or find, a nearby college stadium if you feel that people are going to attend that. And of course, you're not going to charge anybody, so it'd be free admission. Try to get some butts in the seats, and then maybe if people come out and watch the flag football game, people come out and watch the dodgeball game. Maybe there's the big screen that they could stick around then and watch the Super Bowl on at whatever college stadium it is, like San Jose State, the Spartans. Go Spartans! That would make a ton of sense. In the Bay Area last year in LA, you could play like UCLA, USC, a number of stadiums in that town. So yeah, there's ways to organize and get this off right. And that's just one idea, one suggestion to do exactly that.
Yeah, and here's the you mentioned it. You do it close enough to SoFi Stadium, again, then you have that capability to have a huge watch party. I don't know about the parking lot. Again, it probably would have to be wherever that nearest field, or again, I'll just use the word facility as like a big arena kind of thing. But yeah, look, I mean, I can't remember off the top of my head like NFL actual sponsored watch parties right near the Super Bowl. We know it's freaking thousands of dollars for a ticket to go to the Super Bowl, but the next best thing, you get to go to the Pro Bowl games, which if our caller Sean in Indiana just said, you have it the day of the Super Bowl, hours before, and you get all the people that show up for that. You funnel them over to, or you keep them at the facility, you keep them at whatever arena, again, nearby facility to the stadium that's hosting the Super Bowl, and you have an NFL sanctioned sponsored watch party where you can get reactions off of that. I mean, look at some of the camera cuts, the shotaways that you have to the FIFA World Cup watch parties throughout various cities in the country right now. It's been incredible. So it's a really good point there.
Finals, Pat. Look at what went on in New York City with your Knicks. The watch parties and the cutaways they had on those live broadcasts were awesome. That's what I would love to see. The NFL could easily replicate that, if not expand the ideal wholeheartedly.
310-840-4910. We still got a bunch of texts to get to. If you want to call in, 310-840-4910. Your thoughts on the home run derby, but we're always thinking big. We're thinking, how can we make every sport better? We're thinking of ways to get the All-Star game weekends and improve them for every sport. So if you have any ideas, we'll take them. 310-840-4910. We'll also do a little fade or follow when we return. We've got some predictions to make on some season-long props as we are just itching for football, baby. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams that you rooted for growing up?
When I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk unhealthy.
That's unhealthy. I'm
still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose
Fordham.
Mesa,
and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head 2 outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. 2 Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams, on paper, profile as the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, yeah. Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Going to hit a little fade or follow here in a couple of moments. And at the top of the hour, coming up in just over 10 minutes, we're going to talk to Brian Batko. Covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. As we continue on our journey of our three-point stance, breaking down, giving an in-depth look on every NFL team ahead of training camp, which, again, technically starts this week. The Seahawks rookies will report on Friday. A lot of the teams reporting next week. Everybody's in camp within the next 12 days. I cannot wait. But we've still got some text that we got to get to here regarding our opening topic on what you thought of the new Home Run Derby format, what you thought of the Netflix broadcast, general thoughts, and also how can we improve other All-Star game weekends and events like the Slam Dunk Contest and the Pro Bowl games. Let's get to a text from Neil from Vancouver. Our guy Neil checks in and says, "What's up, guys? The swing-based Home Run Derby is better, less rushed, and players seem to enjoy it more. The anticipation of a huge swing, blasting one out, is better than the players just swinging to try to make something happen as much as they can in a timed situation." Yeah, completely agree. That's why when I found out, and I think I only found out, Thursday, And I was like, oh, well, the home run derby's on Monday. What? I don't even. Are they doing the time? And I was like, oh, wow, they got rid of the clock. Yeah, I always thought it was going to be great, and I think it lived up to. I don't even know if hype would be the right word, but it lived up to the standards and the expectation that I created in my head. Which, again, Brad, you and I both thought it was a pretty damn good night last night.
Yeah, look, I'm glad they got rid of the shot clock, man, because those swings were just forced. They were rapid. It was a frenetic broadcast as a result. Many a time, you never even saw the ball hit the bat. You just saw the ball descending into the stands, and it was like rinse and repeat. A lot of people are like awestruck by the sheer power and the endurance at the speed in which those guys are making contact. Yeah, that was awesome to witness. I think last night was just a better version because you want a little bit of strategy to also go in to the swings. And you saw with Jordan Walker in that last just barrage of bombs to walk it off. 6 straight home runs, 4 with his last swing on the line in a row to win the title. I mean, you can't have better drama than that. And the shot clock doesn't really provide that except in a perfect situation. So, I think the number of swings that needs to be just poured into concrete and implemented every single year henceforth. Bye-bye, shot clock. We hardly knew you.
Yeah, and not only that, I didn't have to hear Carl Ravitch call it. So that was a big win. Got to hear my guy Matty Vasgersian, which is awesome for me. I don't know how you feel or anybody else feels about that, but that's my opinion. Speaking of which, though, we got some other names, some faces, very prominent faces. One you might argue should be in the Hall of Fame and might never be. A 541 number texts in, you liked Bonds too? That Bonds Pujols analysis didn't add anything for me. Now, again, I did go back and watch some clips, and Barry Bonds, I think, maybe had one of the quotes of the night after Jordan Walker won. Barry Bonds, the king of home runs himself, said that was the best home run derby I've ever seen. Last night, we're on the air doing the show. I'm watching the broadcast. I don't have the volume on. I would put the volume up a little bit during the breaks, but I didn't really catch a glimpse of too much of the Bonds-Pujols interaction. I think in the minimal stuff I've caught of Barry Bonds so far, though, Brad, I feel like he's pretty good. I feel like he's, he doesn't try to be this big polished broadcaster. He talks and he talks his knowledge, which I always think is good. And I honestly, I haven't caught much of Pujols to really form an opinion on it. Sorry, that's just, I haven't heard enough of Pujols yet, but I like when Barry Bonds is on. And I did see somebody say, if we're going to excommunicate Barry Bonds from the Hall of Fame, why are we now going to just bring him back though for major broadcasts? And I know Netflix is the one that hired him, but I kind of agree. If we're going to have Barry Bonds, who is blackballed from the Hall of Fame, why are we going to then put him on broadcast for Major League Baseball as if that's not a thing? That's what frustrates me.
Well, yeah, it frustrates me too. And we got to, lift the ban on a lot of those guys from the steroids era. If you got to, apply an asterisk to their name and put them into Cooperstown, so be it. Maybe you're building a brand new wing. The steroids Hall of Fame with Sosa, with McGuire, with Barry, with Roger Clemens, all those guys who use and abuse, banned substances. I'm totally fine with it. They still had extraordinary production. And even if they didn't have a needle in their left or right buttocks, they're probably going to still be Hall of Famers regardless. So, yeah, look, I wasn't moved. I wasn't really emotional by the commentary I saw after I jumped off the show last night from either Albert Pujols or Barry Bonds. But their insights are valuable because they are legends and living legends. They have unique insights, to say the least. So it was somewhat interesting, but it wasn't like must-see TV by any stretch.
310-840-4910. We'll get back to your calls and your texts in just a bit. But coming up next, we're going to talk some football. We're going to talk Steel Curtain. Brian Batko will join us. He covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. We're going to ask him all about the 2026 season. It should be a memorable one in Pittsburgh. That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to like relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt, I can be wrong, but I think I'm right, and I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, like, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot and I watch a lot and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. Like, this should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now, and you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Let's get out to Pittsburgh. The Berg, baby. Steel Country. Let's talk some Pittsburgh Steelers football. Let's go to our guest line and bring in Brian Batko, who covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. You can find him on Twitter at Brian Batko. Brian, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for being here, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. Pick Pittsburgh, Sixburg, whatever you want to call it. It's hot and humid out here. I can tell you that much.
Yeah, and same here. I'm in Philly, and it is 95 degrees, 101 tomorrow. But, hey, I've said it before. Brian, I'll say it again. I guess a little icebreaker here. Would you rather it be 100 degrees every day of the year or 20 degrees every day of the year?
I'm more of a heat guy. I'm taking 100. I don't like the cold, so I'm not sure why I've decided to continue the roots that my family put down here. But hey, these are the decisions we make in life. So give me the triple digits over scraping ice and snow off of my car.
Good man.
Amen.
Good man. Yeah. And look, you do get to cover the Pittsburgh Steelers, which is, there's never a dull moment in Pittsburgh. But so I wanted to start you off here because the first thing, I'm doing some prep, doing some extra research, and I didn't even realize this was a thing until I was doing my prep here. A little bonding trip with Aaron Rodgers and some teammates. So I guess from, your covering of the team and from what you've heard about how that bonding trip went, how many people were involved and how did this thing go? Because as always, everything with Aaron Rodgers, I feel like there's an extra layer of microscopic coverage that we end up doing here. So how did this bonding trip go with Aaron Rodgers and his teammates?
Based on the photos they posted, it seemed like it went really well. This is round 2, actually. Last year, Rodgers and the boys were out in Malibu, which is pretty much a home game for him. But this year, it looked like, I think a couple guys were posting that they were in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So somewhere up in the Tetons and, probably not too far from Yellowstone. So I don't think any of them got bucked by a angry bison, which is good. They dodged disaster there while they were in the same general region of the country that same weekend. But I digress. It seemed like it was basically kind of the core 4 receivers who have been in place since before the draft, and DK Metcalf, Michael Pittman Jr., who's really the only new acquisition of the group coming over from the Colts, and then Roman Wilson, who's still kind of trying to get off the ground going into year 3. Ben Skoranek, who's, Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator, used to call him the dirt bag receiver of the bunch. So he does all the gritty, grimy blocking, special teams, but he's also got a good bond with Rodgers. And then also Pat Freiermuth, the tight end. And Mason Rudolph was in the photos, the backup quarterback. I think Will Howard was there too at some point. He may have had to leave early for the Emeka Egbuka wedding. So yeah, pretty good contingent of the main skill guys and QBs. So I'm sure they did a little bit of throwing and a lot of sitting around the campfire, riding horses, all that good stuff.
Brian, let's talk about some of those receivers and a guy that I think could hold his own against Bonkers Bison at DK Metcalf, because that guy is absolutely yoked. One of the guys, the most pristine bodies you'll ever see in the NFL. But last year, inconsistent really kind of best summed up the erratic chemistry between him and Aaron Rodgers. In year 2 together, are you expecting improvement from Rodgers to DK? And last thing, will Metcalf lead the Steelers in receptions yards this season, or do you think it's going to be Michael Pittman? So give me your thoughts on DK Metcalf and whether or not he is going to be the true WR1 in Pittsburgh this year.
Yeah, I think he still is the top dog, and I think it's reasonable to expect that rapport will be better this year. You think back to last season, guys, there were a lot of moving parts with the Steelers passing game. I mean, both of them were new to the Steel City. Metcalf actually was acquired before Rodgers technically signed and joined the team. So they got a little bit of a late start as far as working together. I'm sure that Malibu bonding trip helped kick things off, but they did move kind of up and down. There was an ebb and flow last year with Metcalf. He had a huge game out in Dublin when they beat the Vikings, and it felt like, okay, he's making himself at home here. And then, I don't know if it was lack of a number 2 option in the receiving core really allowed teams to roll coverage his way and pay so much attention to DK that hurt him. Maybe it was Arthur Smith's offense. I don't know. You'd have to think with Mike McCarthy coming in here year one would make a heck of a lot of sense to try to get the most out of DK. I think it's one of those situations where, maybe he doesn't have as many receptions as Michael Pittman Jr., but the yardage total, DK, you look at him, he should be a great yards per catch guy. So I still think he's going to lead this team in most of the major categories, but Pittman could be more of that possession, move the chains guy.
Interesting. Brian, let's talk running backs. A season ago, Jaylen Warren was entrenched in a strict timeshare with Kenneth Gainwell, who relocated this offseason to Tampa Bay. With Rico Dowdle now on roster, are you expecting close to a 50-50 split between Warren and the former Cowboy? Who leads this backfield in total touches?
I'm going to go Warren because I think he might get a little more of the volume in terms of pass catching out of the backfield. I think Dowdle can do a lot of that too, but Warren to me strikes me as more of the third down back, and Gainwell produced a ton in terms of those little short catches and turning it into more. So he ate into Warren's production that way. Warren had been pretty good at that his first couple seasons in the league. So the dynamic shifted a little bit when they went from Najee Harris and Warren to Warren and Gainwell. Now with Dowdle in here, I think it could end up being a frustrating timeshare for the fantasy owners of the world, because it could be a situation too where they're riding the hot hand in a given game. If Dowdle is wearing down on a defense and getting better as the game goes along, they might just kind of let him finish it out. He's got familiarity with Mike McCarthy and other guys on this coaching staff from the Dallas Cowboys. So Dowdle quietly, I'd say, back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons with Dallas and Carolina, proving he's scheme-proof. And I think Mike McCarthy does want to establish the run. All that physical identity culture stuff in Pittsburgh is that's real. He's from here. I think he does want to make the offense in that vision.
Talking to Brian Batko here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And Brian covers the Pittsburgh Steelers for Steelers.com. You can find him on Twitter at Brian Batko. Talking all things Steelers here at training camp, 2 weeks away to the date. Brian, what seems to be the overarching theme as we're about to head into training camp here for the Steelers? Year one under Mike McCarthy, Rodgers' retirement looming over like a dark cloud. There's no Tomlinisms to be found anymore. And it's once again playoff or bust vibes. So maybe this is more of a fan question, and I apologize for that, but is there a general sense of like calmness and confidence, or is it kind of like waiting for the other shoe to drop again, where it feels like the Steelers have a chance to maybe squeak into the playoffs, but then you don't expect much from them? What should expectations be for this team, in your opinion?
They've really been in this on this kind of treadmill of 9-8, 10-7, 11-6, and you make it into the playoffs and then can't get over the hump and win a game. They're going on nearly a decade of a drought of advancing in the postseason. I think that probably contributed to whether it was the mental fatigue for Mike Tomlin or just feeling like he needed to step away, get a change of scenery for himself and for the franchise. So I think people were shocked initially by the change and maybe a little bit of Rodgers fatigue this offseason, but kind of like last year when he finally made it official, then I think that fatigue potentially moves toward calmness. You definitely feel better going into a season with Rodgers at the helm than the great unknown. Now, can they get out of the rut that they've been in for a while? That still remains to be seen. So I'd say the overarching themes or narratives are certainly changes all around. The Steelers change head coaches, once every couple decades. And then the Rodgers last rodeo, I think, has to be, from a national perspective, as big a storyline as any. I'm sure it'll dominate every time they are on national TV. What can he do in his final year? I'm sure he didn't want to go out with the performance that they put forth against the Texans in the loss in the wild card round. But again, for them to do that, I think they need a better supporting cast around him. They've revamped the receiving core for sure. And obviously got basically a whole new coaching staff in here to try to put it all together.
Brian, let's talk system. Since becoming the offensive coordinator with the Saints in 2000 and during his tenure as a head coach, Mike McCarthy coached teams have finished top 10 in pass attempts a dozen times, again, since 2000. Last year under Mike Tomlin, the Steelers are number 7 in pass rate among all NFL teams. With a plus defense and 40-something quarterback, are expecting more pass or more run this fall? And overall, what scheme adjustments should onlookers expect under McCarthy?
Well, I think they are going to be balanced. I know every coach says that, but I really do see it in this personnel. And even last year, I kind of think the drop back rate or the pass rate can be a little bit deceiving, because the short passing game under Rodgers, who gets it out of his hands so quickly, it's basically an extension of the running game. I mean, they're dropping back a lot, but not necessarily threatening defenses downfield. And, if there's a superpower that Rodgers still has, I mean, obviously he can still sling it, but, the above the net game at this stage of his career should be second to none in the league. So you definitely trust him to see the picture pre-snap, diagnose it, and throw it to the open man. Now, where does that leave Warren and Dowdle in the backfield? I don't know. As far as the biggest differences from Arthur Smith to Mike McCarthy and where you'll see it, where you'll feel it, this was a very tight end friendly offense the last couple seasons, as Arthur Smith is wont to do. But, Jonnu Smith did not produce a lot in that role as kind of there were a trio of starters really at tight end with him, Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington. Now I think you might see some more 11 personnel, but at the same time, you want to get Washington and Freiermuth out there a lot. They're two of your higher paid players on offense at this point. So I think that McCarthy is, going to have to figure it out a little bit as they go. He hasn't seemed to be rigid at all. I mean, he's basically said, hey, when I'm in Dallas and we've got Jerry World and Dome, we're going to probably throw the ball around a lot and it's going to be a track meet. But now we're in Pittsburgh where we want to break your sword in the second half. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I'm not entirely sure what to expect, because it is marrying one longtime successful offensive head coach and his philosophies with the personnel that he largely inherited with the Steelers.
That was a good job, though. We're talking to Brian Batko here on BetMGM tonight, talking all things Pittsburgh Steelers. Brian, what should be the expectations for TJ Watt this year? Defensive Player of the Year in 2021, 4-time first-team All-Pro. He's definitely slowed down the last 2 years, and now he's heading into his age 32 season. He signed a big $123 million extension last summer. So I'll ask you, would it be more of a surprise if he racked up 15-plus sacks this year? Or would it be more of a surprise if he doesn't get to double-digit sacks for the second straight year?
I'm going to go with the latter, I think, and I'll tell you why. It was a relatively quiet season for him, especially by his standards, with 7 sacks. Now, he did miss 3 games, and, he still made some game-changing plays, still some big forced fumbles, and that's the thing about Watt. When he gets to the quarterback, oftentimes he doesn't just get there. He gets the ball out, and it's either Alex Highsmith falling on it or Nick Herbig or Cam Hayward falling on it, and it flips the field, and it gives the offense great field position when he does that. He had a couple interceptions too, so it's easy to just look at the sack number and say he wasn't impacting games as much, but maybe it was just coming in some different ways than usual. All that said, I'm sure it was frustrating for him. I think he can return to form with double-digit sacks, maybe even getting up toward that 15 number that you speak of, with Patrick Graham coming in here as the new defensive coordinator. And I'm not necessarily saying he's better than what Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin were cooking up, but you'd think he's at least going to have a fresh set of eyes, a fresh perspective on things, some different ways to scheme up pressure. One of the big talking points here in Pittsburgh the last few years, fellas, has been, why doesn't TJ Watt move around the formation a little bit more, keep opposing offenses on their toes, because he almost always rushes from the defense's left side against the opposing right tackle. Maybe Graham coming in here with no ties to this organization whatsoever, just he's the guy that Mike McCarthy's given the defensive keys to. Maybe he'll come in here and say, hey, TJ, I've got a vision. This is what we have to do to get you back to the gold jacket that you are.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Yeah, like you said, if they start lining him up at different spots, and obviously everybody's going to be locked in on him as being the unquestioned leader of that defense. Finally, Brian, out of the top few draft picks for the Steelers, Max, and I hope I'm remembering the pronunciation correctly, Max Ihenachor, the offensive tackle.
Pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy Bernard, receiver from Bama. I'll leave Drew Aller out of this question because, I mean, if he gets significant playing time this year, something probably has gone awry. Dalen Everett, corner, and Riley Nowakowski, new tight end, with Jonnu Smith just getting released. You still have Freiermuth and Darnell Washington. But out of those guys, yeah, not sure, Bernard, Everett, and Nowakowski, which do you feel has the best chance to have a big rookie season and a breakout year?
No love for Big Jennings Dunker, the mullet out of Iowa, the red-haired mullet man. He'll be competing for a guard spot. I mean, he was a late third-rounder, but no, in all seriousness, Dunker might be as big of a fan favorite at training camp as any of them. But I think the one who can have the biggest impact from day one is Jeremy Bernard at wide receiver, partially because by all accounts, he was such a polished prospect coming out of Tuscaloosa with what he did in that scheme. You know, he's rugged, but he's also pretty slippery with the ball in his hands. And, you know, this is a team that, yes, DK Metcalf is coming back. Yes, Michael Pittman Jr. came over via trade, and Roman Wilson was a guy they really liked a lot coming out of Michigan a couple years ago off that national championship team. But they also lost Calvin Austin III in free agency to the Giants. So if they are going to run more of those three receiver sets, which Mike McCarthy's been known for, then I think Bernard is going to get a chance to at least have a pretty heavy role in that rotation. And I think he's pretty pro-ready from everything I have seen. He just has to get on the same page with Aaron Rodgers. That's the only, I guess, kind of concern when you ticket a rookie wide receiver for big production right away is you've got to learn a lot of hand signals, a lot of stuff pre-snap at the line. It's going to be a busy training camp for Jeremy Bernard, I'm sure, but I think he's got the physical traits to do it.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Does he have the trust of Aaron Rodgers? Maybe start taking some classes in sign language. Maybe that'll help him for all the signals that Rodgers is going to throw at him. But Brian, good stuff, man. We really appreciate the time. And I know in 2 weeks from now, we will. It feels like we'll have really started to take those first couple of steps once they're in Latrobe. It was at St. Vincent College, right? So either way, appreciate the time, man. Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing. See you guys.
See you, Brian.
There you go. Brian Batko covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. Really good insights there. And we're going to take it a step further, do our three-point stance on the Steelers. We'll go deeper, X's and O's. Biggest fantasy value on this offense. Favorite player prop play for the season. And, of course, as always, over or under team wins. How do you feel about Rodgers and McCarthy and the Steelers this year? We'll debate when we come back. 310-840-4910 if you want to get involved in the show. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams that you rooted for growing up?
When I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk unhealthy.
That's unhealthy. I'm
still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose
Fordham.
Mesa.
And O'Neill's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the 97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head two outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. Two Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams on paper profile is the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And this segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Huge shout out to Brian Batko joining us last segment, talking all things Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 2 weeks away from training camp. I think they're actually the last team to report to training camp. I think most teams, their vets report between July 22nd, 24th, some teams the 26th, and then the Steelers are on the 28th. I do think they are the last team. So either way, the excitement is right around the corner. And if you want to join the show, call. You could text 310-840-4910 because Brad and I are about to get into it here, our 3-point stance. And so any of your thoughts, your predictions on how this season goes for the Steelers, you let us know. But, again, the most impactful offseason moves here include hiring Mike McCarthy. Brian mentioned they bring in Patrick Graham as the defensive coordinator. But in terms of their player personnel, they get Michael Pittman Jr., which is, for basically not a whole lot, although they did give him a contract shortly after they traded for him, 2-year, $35 million deal. Pretty cheap for a guy that was the number one option in Indianapolis. And I think it's a very underrated player in this offense. Mentioned the drafting of Jeremy Bernard, a Hanachor, who is going to hopefully play a factor on that Steelers offensive line, especially with the unknown around left tackle Broderick Jones and that neck injury that he is recovering from. They also got Jamel Dean to bolster the secondary. That was a problem for them last year. They brought in Rico Dowdle, who had the big year at Carolina last season. And so this could be a different-looking Pittsburgh Steelers team, but the main constant is Aaron Rodgers. It's TJ Watt trying to have a big year here in 2026. And so, Brad, with that being said, fantasy value, who gives you the best fantasy value from this Pittsburgh Steelers offense in 2026?
Well, bar none, I think they're going to have a top 5 overall defense. So that is going to benefit the ground game because you expect, numerous occasions they're going to have some positive game scripts. So I think Jaylen Warren is a wee bit undervalued right now. RB26, 71.55 overall in average draft position. So a guy that you're taking as essentially an RB3 in 12-team leagues that could wind up tucking just inside the RB2 ranks. He's going to be locked into close to a 55-45 and not outright 50-50 split with a Rico Dowdle, and it's going to be tough to predict on a week-in, week-out basis. Game script is really going to determine how much work he gets. But the key is Aaron Rodgers. Rodgers reads, reacts, and he is not shy at all about dumping the ball off to his pass-catching running back. See what Kenneth Gainwell did often last year, catching some of those high-percentage throws off the hand of Aaron. I think Jaylen Warren's going to stand to benefit. I mean, Mike Clay's got a projected for 46 receptions, but I think he could catch upwards 55. Maybe even 60 balls this year. You look at the overall projection from Clay at ESPN on Warren, 188 carries, 789 rush yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, 46 receptions, 319 receiving yards, and 1 rushing touchdown. He's got him at RB28, right around where he's going again at RB26, but I think he could definitely finish better than that. Very efficient back last season. Number 70 yards created per touch. An extraordinary 24.7% missed tackle rate. It was top 10 in the NFL. And he was top 30 in yards after contact per attempt. No slouch at 3.05 in that category. Middle of the pack strength of schedule. Middle of the pack projected run blocking offensive line. But again, it's the receptions that really buoys the potential of Jaylen Warren. He could be somewhat of a juggernaut this season. That's why I like him. RB26, 71.55 overall with a fantasy football draft price tag.
Yeah, I was debating on taking Michael Pittman here, but I'm going more of a long shot in terms of just fantasy value, in terms of a prop play. Maybe, who knows, maybe we hear his name in another minute or two. But in terms of value, Brad, right, we how do we define value? It's getting more than what you're sold for, or more than what they're selling for with your buddies and your league compadres, with a bunch of fantasy drafts popping off in the next couple of weeks. And certainly in a month from now, we'll be knee deep in fantasy draft season. I'm going to give you a long shot. Give me big Darnell Washington, who right now is tight end 62. And the website that you and I use, the one that you provided for us to use to scour average draft position where these guys are ranked, It still has Jonnu Smith on the Steelers, so I'm sure this will probably be updated here in the next few days or so, because I know the Steelers just officially released Jonnu Smith not too long ago, because he's still listed as a member of the Steelers on this website. But Darnell Washington is tight end 62, and his ADP is 282. So you're talking about a 12-team league. I don't know how many leagues have 23 or 24 rounds, but if you do have one, this is like your last pick. This is not your starting tight end. This is a stash play here. But I think Darnell Washington is a guy that could have a big season for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And, again, we were talking with Brian Batko. Is there going to be fewer heavy tight end sets now that Mike McCarthy's calling the plays? Who knows? Honestly, I think Darnell Washington could supplant Pat Freiermuth as the top tight end in the Steelers offense this year. I thought he was really starting to find his footing, starting to gel, and then he broke his forearm at the end of the season. And he's an absolute unit, man. I mean, 6'7", 270 pounds. You do not want to get in the way of this guy. So he is and they just paid him, by the way. They just gave him a contract extension, 4 years, $42 million. So that should tell you what the front office thinks of him. He's got to be a factor on this team. A tight end that's making more than $10 million a year is a tight end that's probably going to feature in the offense. And if it's not for just his run blocking, it's for his pass catching as well. Again, he didn't have more than 70 receiving yards in any game last year, but consistently caught 2 passes, 3 passes, had a couple of games with 4 catches, and was kind of always in between that 25 to 40 receiving yard range. So again, you're in a league that is 1 point, 1 PPR, full point PPR. Again, he was averaging last year in terms of his fantasy points, I don't know, anywhere on average between 4 and 7 points. That really doesn't get you out of bed. But I think he could be in for a big step forward this year. He's healthy. I think Pat Freiermuth he doesn't, I know he gets the Muth chance, but doesn't really do it for me anymore. And I think Darnell Washington, just his physical specimen status alone should get him some more time as a guy that could be a red zone target and as a guy that could be making some big plays in the Steelers offense when they need somebody that with reliable hands to hold on to the ball and get them some first downs and move the sticks. Darnell Washington, tight end number 62. I think he could honestly finish in the top 25 of tight ends this year, which that's value, Brad, is it not?
Yeah, no doubt. And your description of him is perfect, man. He's a sequoia. He's a redwood tree. Just a mammoth man. And to have those soft mitts on that kind of body, special, man, really is.
All right, your favorite player prop play for the 2026 season for the Pittsburgh Steelers, what would that be?
It's Michael Pittman, and I'm going to take the over 750.5 receiving yards. A little bit heavier juice there, minus 120 currently at our show sponsor there in BetMGM. I think there is a really good chance he is going to be the true blue WR1 in the land of pierogies. I think he could be better than DK Metcalf, even though Metcalf at least has a year of experience under his belt playing alongside Aaron Rodgers. But I think Pittman's skill set, what he brings to the table, fits more so what Aaron Rodgers truly wants to achieve within this offense. He's a dirty worker in the intermediate field, and I think he's a guy that's really going to rack the target share. He averaged 6.5 targets per game last season in Indianapolis. He's only number 46 in total air yards, but a respectable number 27 in total yards after the catch. He was also number 16 in average yards of separation per target. So with a 6'4" frame, a guy that can get that extra step and get that breathing room away from the defender, he only averaged 9.8 yards per catch. But again, his specialty is working within that 8 to 15 yards intermediary range. And that's why I think Aaron Rodgers is going to find him often on some of those, shallow crossing routes, those quick slants, those out routes along the sideline with that large frame of his. Mike Clay's got him projected for 130 targets, 860 receiving yards, and 4 touchdowns. I think Clay's underselling the TDs, and there could be as many as 7. I feel comfortable saying he's going to get at least 5, if not 6, and I think he will top 900 yards receiving, if not 1,000, and catch oodles of passes. Could be 75, could be 80 in total, as long as Aaron Rodgers and that 40-year-old frame can remain, off of the injury report and away from the injury. So give me Michael Pittman, who has gone over 750.5 receiving yards in 5 straight seasons to do it in his 6th straight.
I like that play, Brad. I like it. Michael Pittman is a great receiver. He might be, I saw Stephon Diggs, say the other day, there is no better WR2 in the league than me. Maybe true, but Michael Pittman ain't far behind. This is a guy that spent most of his last few seasons in Indianapolis as the unquestioned number 1. Now he's playing behind DK Metcalf, who we know is a bona fide stud, who we know is a bona fide incredible receiver. I mentioned Pat Freiermuth. I mentioned Darnell Washington. You have the pass-catching abilities of Jaylen Warren. You've got Rico Dowdle that should help in the run game, take some pressure off of Aaron Rodgers. Brad, we've debated about it before. Aaron Rodgers passing touchdowns for the season being at 20.5, in my opinion, is a joke. So I'm going to take your identity card here, and I'm going to say, Patty want. Patty need. Patty's got to have it. Give it to me.
Let's go.
Give me the sledgehammer.
Yeah, baby.
Over on Rodgers passing touchdowns. 20.5. For one of the top 5 greatest quarterbacks that has ever walked the planet, that has ever done ayahuasca on this planet. Well, he's probably number 1 in that category. But one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever grace this game. 20.5. You know the 2 times Aaron Rodgers, let me put my glasses on because I can't see without them because I'm going blind. You know the 2 times Aaron Rodgers has not thrown for 20 touchdowns? It was in 2013 in Green Bay when he only played 9 games. And then it was again in 2017 in Green Bay when he only played 7 games. Last year, despite all the struggles, despite all the stagnation around this offense, Rodgers still threw for 24 touchdowns. Again, could he get hurt? He's 42 years old, right? He definitely, it's an injury waiting to happen if he gets crushed in his ribs by a Myles Garrett or a player of that caliber. But if Rodgers is able to play at least 15 games, and here's the thing too, like the Steelers would have to be god awful to send Rodgers into an early retirement. They'd have to be like 3-9, and you're talking about, hey, you gave it a go, man. We're going to bench you. We got to get Drew Eller. We got to get Will Howard. We got to get Mason. We got to get somebody else under center. I don't think they're going to be that terrible. So I think Rodgers is playing this thing out. It's his retirement tour. He is throwing for at least 21 touchdowns, if not 30. Rodgers is going way over 20.5. The Patty sledgehammer for the first time. Brad, what do you think?
Oh, wow. I feel dirty that the sledgehammer is so promiscuous. But, I'm a giver. That's what I am, Pat. And if you call for sledgy, you shall get sledgy. So well played, my man. Although I'm going to fade you on that. Aaron Rodgers, I think, has maybe 18, 19, at most 20 passing touchdowns this year. And that kind of leans into my next play. So go ahead and tee it up.
Oh, geez. By the way, Combs in our show chat said, how did you get sunburned in your bedroom in 10 seconds? Monty asking if I'm going to pass out. Did I turn that red? I mean, I got excited, but.
You did.
I don't know. Oh, all right.
I was aroused.
Well, I don't think I popped any brain. I think blood vessels, brain cells are still intact. So, that brings us to team wins. Over or under. It's 8.5. The over is plus money with our friends at BetMGM. Plus 115. Under 8.5 wins for the Steelers. Minus 140. Brad, are you going over or under on the Steelers this year?
Well, I already kind of gave away my lean here. I hate the price of minus 140, but I am indeed going to live in the land down under. Give me some minute work, folks. Come on, go ahead and give it to me. A little land down under. Hopefully somebody, you got to find that sounder, but I don't think they're going to win 9 games. I think it's going to be 8 on the dot. Mike Clay's got a projected for 8.6 wins this season, gives them a 50% or greater win probability in 9 games. Here are your coin flip matchups for the Steel Towners. Week 3 at home against Cincinnati. Week 6 at Tampa Bay. Week 13 at home against Houston. Week 14 on the road in Jacksonville. And week 15 at home against the Ravens. So really week 13, 14, and 15, that's a pivotal stretch that may ultimately determine whether they're going to be over or under. I'm just worried that Aaron Rodgers is not going to hold up at his advanced age and going to turn the keys over to who? Will Howard? Maybe your boy Drew Aller, somebody else. And that is a complete coin flip and a great unknown of how they're going to be able to produce in this Mike McCarthy offense. So going with my gut here, 8 wins, not a single one more for the Pittsburgh Steelers this season. I don't think they make the playoffs.
And I disagree because I think Aaron Rodgers will stay healthy. I mean, it's football. Anything could happen. It's a retirement tour. I think as much love and respect as I have for Mike Tomlin as a head coach, as a future Hall of Famer, as one of the best to ever do it in this century, it was time to move on. It was time for fresh blood. It was time for a fresh face. And a lot of people say, well, you went from one Tomlin to another Tomlin. And the other guy that's been more consistently boring with barely getting into the playoffs and getting eliminated is Mike McCarthy. That's fine. You needed an offensive-minded coach. You needed an offensive approach here. As much flack as McCarthy got in his time in Dallas, he got a lot out of those teams. He didn't get a lot of playoff wins, but he got a lot out. I'm not saying the Steelers are going to win playoff games. I don't even know if they're going to win a playoff game, but I think they're going to the playoffs. I think they're winning at least 9, if not 10. Again, some of these other matchups on their schedule, as much as I was on the Carolina Panthers train last year, and I still am to a certain degree, I think the Steelers win that game. I think they win a lot of those coin flips. I think you get a classic Steelers defensive performance right out of the gate in week 1, and they beat Atlanta like 17-13. I feel like I watched that same exact game last year. I think they're gonna go 3-3, if not 4-2 in the division, and they're gonna win games they shouldn't win. They're probably gonna lose some games they shouldn't lose. That is the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's always been the Pittsburgh Steelers. But as long as Rodgers is on the field, he is the best option at quarterback. They're a playoff team. Whether you or a lot of other people that are just preying on Rodgers' downfall like it or not, the Steelers, I think with that plus money, that's what really got me intrigued here. Steelers are going over 8.5 wins. And the Rodgers season debate here, Brad, between you and me, I know you think Jacoby Brissett's going to have a better year than him. Oh, boy. I don't think I've ever been excited for a year of Aaron Rodgers football than I am this year. And it just so happens to be his last. So it should be a good one. 310-840-4910. Phone number to we got a lot of callers here. All right, we got to take a break. Take a short break. Stay with us here. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We'll get your phone calls on the Steelers when we return. We've got a lot of predictions. It looks like I'm seeing here. A lot of people either hot on the Steelers or not on the Steelers. So where are you lining up? 310-840-4910. We'll be right back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt, I can be wrong, but I think I'm right, and I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, like, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot and I watch a lot and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. Like, this should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
Welcome back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be keeping you posted during the All-Star game, which is going to start in about 20 minutes in Philadelphia. But until then, we've got a lot of Steelers phone calls that we got to get to here. We were doing our three-point stance last segment. I went nuts talking about Rodgers going over 20.5 passing touchdowns. Brad and I head-to-head on how good the Steelers will be this year. We talked to Brian Patko earlier this hour, so let's get your Steelers calls in here. 310-840-4910. Mark is in Ohio. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Mark? Where are you calling from, man? Okay. Okay, Mark, we appreciate it, man. Brad, I was yeah. Great sounder there from our guy Lee.
That got off the
our Westwood
rails.
Studios. That might be one of the more unique calls I've ever received in my history of doing shows in my entire career. I was going to ask him if he actually just said he's calling from Hancock County Jail, but I think the remainder of that phone call pretty much proved it. I think we just had an inmate call our show, say that Rodgers needs to get back with Danica Patrick. He loves the Steelers. He likes that guy Pittman. And then a message to the president on how to develop a nuclear weapon. That's the most unique phone call I've ever gotten in my life, Brad.
Yeah, that was all over the map. But we know he's a diehard Steelers fan, and hopefully he's going to stay on the straight and narrow and find his way back into society and the good graces of society. So go Steelers.
Yeah, I got a lot of things in my head. I feel like I probably should just go ahead and keep to myself. But, if we ever need some more advertising dollars, hey, we're big with prisoners. We're big with the inmates, man.
We are. Crushing
see where we can direct some advertising efforts. I don't know if they get weed, and actually, I don't know. I've never been to. Look, hey, shout out Mark. Shout out Mark for calling us. I feel like Rodgers was at his peak. If there was one thing he got right in that call, I do feel like Rodgers was at his peak when he was with Danica Patrick. I feel like I still don't know who his wife, girlfriend, significant other is. Danica Patrick and Rodgers, that was like peak Rodgers football. Maybe we need to get back to that. Just maybe.
Vroom. I think you're entirely right. Danica Patrick, Aaron Rodgers, rekindle the romance, although he's married now. Why not? I think he's maybe in an open marriage. Who knows? It's Aaron Rodgers.
And Monty, our VP Monty in our show chat says, at least we know that Mark in Ohio, Mark from Hancock County Jail, is up to date on his geopolitics. That is for sure. All right, let's squeeze another phone caller in here. I don't know how you're going to top that, but Dave in Tampa is next up, and he will definitely give it a go here on BetMGM tonight. Dave, what's going on, man? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was.
Yes. Yeah, he does. Hey, Dave, I appreciate the call, and we got a hard out coming in about 30 seconds anyway, so good stuff. Yeah, look, Brad, I thought the Steelers could win a playoff game last year. Maybe if they had played anybody else but the Texans, that felt like their worst possible matchup. Maybe it could happen. No, we don't know how the landscape's going to play on the NFL this year. I think if the Steelers get to the playoffs, it's a win. It's a win for the final season of Rodgers. To then win a playoff game, it does seem unlikely on paper.
Yeah, entirely it does, but they got to have the key components stay upright. This defense is going to be elite. The wide receivers are an upgrade. I do like the 1-2 punch at the ground of Rico Dowdle and Jaylen Warren. A lot of upside there.
All right, we had a lot of heated debate as well yesterday after that top 10 quarterback list came out. I'm not putting Rodgers in my top 10, but me and Brad are going to debate who the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL are coming up next right here on BetMGM tonight.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams
Not in the
that you
same
rooted
way
for
that I
growing
did when
up.
I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk
that's
unhealthy.
I'm
Still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose Mesa,
and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head two outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. Two Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams on paper profile as the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You want to join the show? Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, and you could call from jail if you want. We quite literally just had an inmate call us
Well,
from
here
Hancock County Jail last segment.
Let's go.
So you can call. Yeah, you could call. You could text 310-840-4910. I know we've got some tweets as well that Brad is going to get to here shortly. But it's been a fun and fast first 2 hours here, talking a lot of football, talking a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers. Had Brian Batko join us, who covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. We got into a lengthy discussion on the Home Run Derby and the new format. So in case you're just joining us, you want to weigh in on any of that stuff, 310-840-4910. But I feel like this is going to be a juicy segment here. I feel like it's going to be a fiery segment here. Before we get there, we've got this from our friends at BetMGM. One swing can change the game and bring the action to another level. Get in on that excitement with this MLB Home Run Boost token. Just activate your token when you bet on any player to hit a home run in any MLB game. If that player goes yard, you'll receive a bigger payout. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the best place to bet the long ball. So obviously got the All-Star game coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We'll keep you posted on that. And more so, that home run boost token is going to come in handy when the second half of the season kicks off here in just a couple of days. That being said, Brad, yesterday you and I, we got into a good, intense debate talking about the top 10 quarterback list that was rolled out in a survey that ESPN conducted, primarily Jeremy Fowler and a bunch of other staff members, conducting a survey from fellow league executives, coaches, and scouts. And, they didn't say rank your top 10, 1 through 10, but it was who's the best player at this position? And you had first place votes, and then based off the averages, that's how they compile the top 10 quarterback list. I thought it was absolutely fugazi from 6 to 10. The first 5 I didn't have a lot of problems with. And so we figured, why not make our own top 10 list? And so that's exactly what we're going to freaking do, baby. So without wasting any more time, let's get to it. We'll go tit for tat. You go 10, I'll go 10, and we'll work our way up to who we both think is the number 1 quarterback in the NFL. But, Brad, we have an interesting premise, an interesting twist on it. What is that before we give out these rankings?
So the premise of this exercise is we're ranking the top 10 quarterbacks based on expected total performance this NFL season. Let me repeat that. Based on expected total performance entering this NFL season. So keep that in mind.
Okay, very well. Very good. Let's get into it. Who do you got at number 10?
Ain't he so Purdy? Brock Purdy is my number 10 quarterback of the San Francisco Gold. A guy who last season, though limited year, due to the various injuries, number 3 in adjusted completion percentage, a guy that I think is going to throw for at least 25 passing touchdowns, going to tack on maybe 400 yards on the ground as well. I know you got some change over there at the position, but it's Kittle maybe back week 1. Brock Purdy, number 10 on my list. How about you?
I've got Purdy at the exact same spot. So we're off to a good start. We're agreeing. I don't know how much longer that's going to last, but I got Brock Purdy at number 10 as well. And I just look at, again, what I think he's going to do this year and what he has already done in his first 3.5 years as a starter. Let's not forget, rookie year, Mr. Irrelevant, takes over halfway through the season after the Garoppolo injury and goes to the NFC title game, or who knows? Maybe they beat the Eagles if he doesn't, basically tear his ligaments in his elbow in the first half. He follows that up in year 2, going to the freaking Super Bowl and throwing for over 4,200 yards and 31 touchdowns. Year 3, 2024, after everybody asked themselves, after Purdy nearly won the MVP in 2023, Everybody says, oh, this guy's nothing without his receivers. He's nothing without his offensive line. He's nothing without McCaffrey. Well, we found out what he actually is with nobody around him. McCaffrey, the entire year hurt. The left tackle, one of the best in football still. Trent Williams spent most of the year hurt. Receivers banged up all season long. And the Niners missed the playoffs. Purdy, though, 3,800 yards, 20 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. Not a great year. Who would have had a great year? And then last year, he spends half of it hurt. And in 9 games, only 9 games, Purdy throws for over 2,100 yards and 20 touchdowns. I was talking about him yesterday because if you map that out over a full season, it's over 4,000 yards. It's nearly 40 touchdowns. And yes, it does. Just like every other player and quarterback in the NFL, it depends on the players around you. He's got a pretty good cast. They're not in the prime of their careers anymore. You mentioned Kittle. You got CMC. Mike Evans, now the number 1 receiver with Ricky Pearsall and Christian Kirk. Brock Purdy is going to prove to everybody just how good of a quarterback he is. And when it's all said and done at the end of this year and he throws for over 4,000 yards and over 35 touchdowns, or at least 30 touchdowns, I think everybody's going to start putting some respect, finally, once and for all, on Brock Purdy's name. So I have him at number 10 as well. Brad, number 9. Who do you got?
I'm going to go with the Dak attack. Dak Prescott of the Dallas Cowboys, a guy coming off 4,552 passing yards and 30 passing touchdowns, completed over 67% of his passes. He's got 2 elite receivers in CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, strong ground game and support with Javonte Williams. Defense will be improved, but there's still going to be a bottom half unit, which means he's going to pile up the production. Dak Prescott, number 9 on my top 10 quarterback list. How about you?
Yeah, I would probably have Dak right outside the top 10, maybe 12, maybe 13. I'm not as high on him as you are, certainly not as the rest of the league. I got Jared Goff at number 9. And just like Purdy, he's another guy that every year I feel like doesn't get enough credit. And it's all, well, he's got Jahmyr Gibbs. Oh, he's got Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, he's got, well, last year the offensive line was pretty damn terrible. And the Lions missed the playoffs. And what did Jared Goff do? For a team that missed the playoffs and had an offensive line that wasn't all that great. 4,564 yards, 34 touchdowns, 8 picks. That's now 4 straight years with at least 4,400 yards, and it's 3 straight years with at least 30. I mean, the guy, he doesn't have the biggest arm. He is not fleet of foot, but man, he is accurate. And what Jared Goff does well, there ain't many other people in the NFL. There ain't many other quarterbacks that are better than what Jared Goff does well. And that is putting the ball on the money and feeding his guys. He is a distributor. He is a facilitator. And I mean, after you basically just watch him rack up the numbers. And outside of last year, rack up the wins. I know playoff performance definitely factors into it. And that's why I have him at number 9 and not higher. I think if he won some playoff games in the last couple of years, especially that game against Washington where he was really bad, maybe he's actually close to number 6, number 5 on my list, but he's not. And so I still think he's going to have another 4,000-yard season, at least 30 touchdowns. How is that not top 10 caliber? I got Jared Goff at number 9. All right, on to number 8, Brad. Who's next for you?
Bear down, Chicago Bears. It is Caleb Williams of my Chicago Bears. I know he's got a difficult schedule. I know he was only number 39 in just completion percentage last season, but I will go on record and say this. He is going to be the first Bears quarterback in franchise history to throw for 4,000 yards this year. He's going to be the first Bear at the question in franchise history to throw for 30 passing touchdowns in a season, which will also happen this year. And he's going to chip in right around 40 yards and a couple of touchdowns on the ground. I know he's had a little bit of a changeover at the receiver position, but with Colson Lovin, Luther Burden, Roma Dunze, DeAndre Swift out of the backfield, has got hands. Caleb Williams, that number 1 pick hype. You saw it in instances last year, and he's only going to build on it. Numero 8. Bear down with Caleb Williams.
Okay. I think it's crazy, but I get it. You're a Bears fan. You saw the fourth quarter comebacks. You saw the Hail Mary, the jump throws. I get it. I got Sam Darnold at number 8. And, again, just off of what he's done the last 2 years, nobody in the NFL has more wins than Sam Darnold. He is now a Super Bowl champion, back-to-back years with 4,000-plus yards, 60 passing touchdowns combined in the last 2 years When he did it with Minnesota, as the year went on, it was, or he's got Justin Jefferson. Oh, well, it's Kevin O'Connell. And then he choked in week 18 against the Lions and choked in the playoff game. And everybody thought, all right, well, that's it for Sam Darnold. Goes to the Seahawks, wins a freaking Super Bowl, puts up great numbers. We're going to find out just how good Sam Darnold is this year, because now Clint Kubiak, who got a lot of credit for the Seahawks' success last year in that offense, he's now the head coach of the Raiders. There is no more Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker, but he still has JSN. He's still the reigning offensive player of the year. He still has Rashid Shaheed. He still has some great tight ends in A.J. Barner and Elijah Arroyo and a very similar offensive line. I think Sam Darnold has solidified himself as a top 10 quarterback for what he's done in the last 2 years. I'm not worried about his game anymore. I think the guy has completely transformed himself. And I think his arm talent, his arm strength, honestly, does not get as much credit as it deserves. And I think in the postseason, in the cold, in the biting cold in Seattle, we saw him rip some passes through the very cold, windy nights and games that he played in. Sam Darnold, for me, is the 8th best quarterback in the NFL, and I think he's going to prove it again here in 2026. On to number 7.
Wow.
Brad, who's up next on your list?
Oh, it hurts so good. Give me Hurts fly. Yeah, he shaved all sort of a production on the ground last season, but still with the push, scoring touchdowns with the legs. He had 8 rushing TDs last season, just 421 rush yards. We talked to Chris McPherson, our Eagles insider, last night. He believes there could be an uptick getting back to what he was a couple of years ago in that ground production this season. Probably going to throw for at least 3,200 yards. Probably throw for at least 24, 25 passing touchdowns. So put the full body of work, the entire portfolio together, and Jalen Hurts has to be on this top 10 list. He is a lucky number 7 for me. Who is your lucky number 7, me, amigo?
It is Lamar Jackson. And I think Lamar, based off of what I think he's going to do this year and what he's done the last couple of years, I can't have him as a top 5 quarterback anymore. I just can't. I think there is now a gulf between Josh Allen, Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson, the core 4 guys that I feel like we, for the last few years, all had those guys in the top 5. I don't think Lamar is in that group anymore. And again, and a big part of it is his availability. Again, injuries last year, the hamstring costing him a handful of games. And for me, it's really more than anything else. It's the playoff performances year after year. Ravens postseason disappointment, whether people want to admit it or not, it usually starts and ends with Lamar Jackson turnovers. 2 of them against the Buffalo Bills 2 years ago. Another turnover against the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC title game a few years ago where their offense only puts up 10 points. Last year, they don't even make the playoffs. And again, he only missed 4 games. It's not like Lamar missed the entire season. So, and on top of it, what makes Lamar Jackson so deadly is his legs. We saw a career-low 67 rushing attempts last year, and he was asked back in May if he would continue to run less this coming season, and Lamar Jackson was non-committal to that. So if you're getting fewer rushing attempts from Lamar Jackson, who, again, last year only 67 for only 349 rushing yards, he's simply not that dangerous enough with just his arm to be a top 5 quarterback. And the lack of postseason success speaks for itself. I think it's again, this is a guy that's won a couple of MVPs. I don't know if he'll ever win one again because I just don't know if he can put the team on his back continuously like he had to used to and produce scintillating performances. I think the best days of Lamar Jackson's career are unfortunately over. I'm not saying he can't ever win a Super Bowl, but if we're ranking the hierarchy of quarterbacks, I just don't think until he proves it again, he cannot be in the top 5. I got Lamar at number 7. On to number 6 for you, Brad. Who would that be?
It's going to be Justin Herbert, and I think there's going to be a little bit of an argument here. But here's the deal with Justin Herbert. Last season, respectable number 17 adjusted completion percentage, 16 games played, over 3,700 passing touchdowns, 26 passing touchdowns. But he started to use his legs more. Had some success on the ground, nearly 500 rushing yards, couple of rushing TDs. I think it's going to be more of the same this year. I like the weaponry around him. Love me some Amari and Hampton. I love the fact they added another tight end in the room alongside of Ronnie Gadsden and David Njoku. He's got to be on this list, in my opinion, because of duality, because of the weaponry at his disposal, and Mike McDaniel as well, calling the offensive shots. To put all together, Justin Herbert, numero 6 on my top 10 NFL quarterbacks list.
Yeah, I got a guy that you had not too long ago at number 6, Jalen Hurts. Give me Jalen Hurts, the 6th best quarterback in the NFL. And let's be honest, which of these quarterbacks on this list have ever had an amazing season year after year after year? Nobody. None of them. None of them. Jalen Hurts had his worst season, arguably, of his NFL career last year. He threw for 3,224 yards, 25 touchdowns, picks, and he ran for 8 touchdowns. That was his lowest since his rookie year. Everybody on the Eagles offense took a step back. Maybe I'm giving Sean Mannion way more credit than he deserves, but no, I'm actually just going to continue to hammer Kevin Patullo, who ruined that Eagles offense last year. So I think Hurts is going to bounce back in a big way. And you know what? As somebody, we talk about winning when it matters most in the postseason, Super Bowl MVP, and he outplayed Mahomes in the Super Bowl that he lost a couple of years before that. So when it gets to January, this guy normally plays his best. I don't care that he's never thrown for more than 25 passing touchdowns. I don't care about the tush push. I don't care about any of that. The guy is a winner. The guy puts up numbers. He might not put up eye-popping MVP numbers, but in terms of what you want from your quarterback, and that is a winner, and that is a guy that can make some big-time throws, I still think Jalen Hurts is that. I got him at number 6. On to the top 5 now, Brad. Who's number 5 for you?
I'm going to go with the modern-day Joe Cool, and that being Joe Burrow, as long as he can remain upright. I mean, the injury amp has feasted on various appendages of him over the years. He's got a much-improved defense, so he doesn't have to go out there and throw 45, 50 touchdowns in a season. Is he capable of doing that? Sure he is. With T. Higgins on a roster, Chase Brown's going to catch probably at least 55, 60 balls out of the backfield. Mike Gesicki, more or less a slot wide receiver, though, listed as a tight end, a threat in the open field as well. Burrow will have a very nice year, but more like 30 to 35 passing touchdowns, given the increase of investment in the defense. So Joe Burrow, numero 5 on my list. Number 5 on yours. Are you serious? Who is it?
It's Jordan Love, baby. You guys know how I feel about Jordan Love at this point, so I'm not going to go really long-winded here, but I think he's going to win the MVP this year. I thought he was going to win the MVP last year, and I will remind you, he was 3rd in the betting odds going into Week 16 against the Chicago Bears when he got that concussion. So Jordan Love, again, last year, the numbers don't jump out. Less than 3,400 yards, only 23 touchdowns. I think it's got to be this year more than ever that Matt LaFleur realizes what an incredible talent he has at quarterback and stops wanting to run the damn ball 50% of the time, no matter what. The big thing for Jordan Love, can the receivers around him stay healthy? Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden. Maybe this is the year they all do. And Tucker Kraft coming back from the torn ACL. I think Jordan Love could have a 4,000-yard season here. I think he could throw for 32, 33 touchdowns. And I think he has every throw in the arsenal. He's proven it. He's proven it in the postseason. I'm as high as you could be on Jordan Love. He's the 5th best quarterback in football for me, and he will be top 5 quarterback this year in 2026. On to number 4. What do you got, Brad?
I'm going to go with Drake May. Now, a lot of people think this is going to be under the ridiculous down rookie list. A lot of people, including our outstanding producer, Brandon Combs, is expecting harsh and severe regression. I'm not entirely buying it because he's got A.J. Brown now. He's got a legitimate WR1. He's coming off a stellar campaign in which he showed supreme accuracy. Number 7 adjusted completion percentage, threw for nearly 4,400 yards, tossed another 31 touchdowns, and he was running early and often, 450 yards on the ground, 4 rushing scores. That's not going to change. Still going to be springy and spry with the ball in his hands when he's calling his own number. You might see because of the more difficult schedule through the air, but A.J. Brown will buoy the overall production. So Drake May, numero 4 on my list.
All righty. I got somebody you've also mentioned already. Give me Joe Burrow at number 4. And again, it's the injuries that continue to hold him back every other year. 8 games last year, 10 games in 2023, 10 games in his rookie season because of the torn ACL. I mean, when Burrow's on the field, we've seen it, the 3 full seasons. The fewest passing yards he's had is 4,475. The fewest passing touchdowns is 34. He's got an offense catered to him, built, tailored around him. Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, a very good running game with Chase Brown, Mike Gesicki at tight end. He's got an incredible amount of weapons. He knows how to use them. His arm is incredible. The guy wins, but he can't stay on the field. He can't stay healthy. This year, if you're going by the trends, it's every other year. I think Burrow will play every game. The Bengals will be back in the playoffs, and he'll have an MVP caliber season. Joe Burrow, number 4 for me. Brad, on to the top 3. What do you got?
People think I'm going to be blackout drunk when I say this, but number 3 for me is Jane Daniels of the Washington Commanders. Provided he stays healthy. Again, the premise of this ranking, expected total performance this upcoming NFL season. He plays 17 games. You're talking about a guy who's got to run for probably 700 yards, maybe 6-7 scores on the ground, may throw for another almost 4,000, at least 3,800 passing yards, probably at least 22 to 25 passing touchdowns. That defense is going to royally suck. It's going to boost the opportunities for him to clean up in garbage time, where he's going to be coming out smelling like a rose. I want all the Jaden Daniels, especially in fantasy this season. He's going to have a killer statistical year.
Okay. And I know, Brett, you're really leaning into what you're expecting this year from a lot of quarterbacks. I just want to remind the people listening at home, you're down to your top 2. You have not mentioned Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, or Matthew Stafford. So 2 of those guys are getting left completely out of your top 10. I just want to remind you and the folks listening and watching at home that is the case. Number 3 for me, it is the reigning MVP. It's Matthew Stafford. And yes, again, we're talking about expected performance this year, playing into the ranking. Again, aside from an injury, like what can't Stafford do still at age 38 going into 39? The weapons around him are about as good as it gets. Not only does he have an incredible defense, but he still boosts Puka Nacua, a top 3 receiver in football. Devontae Adams, a red zone nightmare still. An incredible pack of tight ends and Parkinson, Higbee, and Ferguson, and a good run game. And Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, 4,700 yards and 46 touchdowns last year. If he stays healthy, why can't he even, what's a down year for Stafford this year look like? 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns? I think he has cemented himself as one of the great quarterbacks of this decade. And I know he's been around for 15 plus years here, but I think he turned himself into a Hall of Famer if he wasn't one already last year. And why can't he come close to replicating what he did last year? I think Stafford, with McVay as his coach, being a big reason why as well. He's number 3 for me. On to the top 2. Brad, what do you got?
Numero dos, I'm going to go with the Baltimore Ravens sensation and Lamar Jackson. I think the truth's going to be somewhere in the middle of 24 and 25. 24, he had 41 passing touchdowns. Last season at 13 games due to that bulky hamstring, only 21 vertical strikes. He only ran for 349 yards, uncharacteristic for him last season. 2 rushing touchdowns. I think he's going to get back to at least 550, 600 rushing yards, probably 3 to 5 rushing touchdowns. I think he's got to have right around 30 passing touchdowns. So Lamar Jackson will again be in the MVP conversation, numero dos, on my top 10 quarterback list.
Yeah, so now you're either leaving Josh Allen, Stafford, and or Mahomes out of your top 10. 2 of those 3 guys. Number 2 for me is Patrick Mahomes. And I know the last 2 years haven't been great statistically, and I know last year wasn't very good, and they missed the playoffs, and he tore his ACL. I still think he's the greatest quarterback of this generation, and right now he might not be number 1. I would not be shocked in the slightest if he reclaims that throne, but going into the year, I can't put him at number 1. Again, the ultimate winner of all winners outside of Tom Brady, already still not even 30 years old. Unless Mahomes he just turned 30. He'll be 31 coming up this season. Coming off a torn ACL with redemption and missing the playoffs last year, enough said. Mahomes is going to prove and remind everybody why he is so damn great. I got him at number 2. And since we're short on time, Brad, I know you and I have the same number 1. So why don't you go ahead and finish it off for us?
Josh Allen, 25 passing touchdowns, 14 rushing TDs a season ago. I think it's going to be more of the same. He was number 5 as well in adjusted completion percentage. Love me some Josh Allen. That's why he's numero uno on my list and yours.
And there you go. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, there is Brad's top 10. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert, Jalen Hurts, Caleb Williams, Dak Prescott, and Brock Purdy. And for me, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Sam Darnold, Jared Goff, Brock Purdy. Debate amongst yourselves. You could call us or text us, 310-840-4910. When we come back, we're going to play a little Guess Who, MLB All-Star Game edition. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt. I can be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest. Which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot, and I watch a lot, and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. This should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We'll get you an All-Star Game update in just a bit. They only just started. Again, 8 p.m. Eastern was the list time, and for the second night in a row, they don't start the event until nearly a half hour in. So you got that cooking, but on the night of the MLB All-Star Game, Brad, why don't we play a little Guess Who here? You got it lined up for us. I'm gonna go ahead and guess. I'm gonna go head to head with producer Brandon Combs, and if I'm correct in that assumption, why don't we get this puppy rolling?
That is correct, Amundo, mi amigo. So you guys will go to toe-to-toe. This is how the game works. You're going to get 3 clues. You're going to get 3 guesses. I will have an order of who gets a guess first. If you get on the first clue, it's worth 20 points. Get on the second clue, it's worth 10 points. Get on the third clue, it's worth 5 points. If nobody gets it correct, you get a big, fat donut. Then we're going to tally up the scores, and we're going to see who the winner is. Tonight's topic, gentlemen, appropriately enough, MLB All-Star Game MVPs.
Oh, yeah.
Are you ready?
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, here we go, gentlemen. Again, MLB All-Star Game MVPs. Pat, you're going to get the first guess on this first name. Clue number 1, a batting champ in 1986. He took home All-Star Game MVP honors the following year. Who is this?
Okay, 80s. First name that jumps out to me is Bo Jackson.
I will reread the clue. Brando, a batting champ in 1986. He took home All-Star Game MVP honors the following year. Who is this?
1986. Man, oh man. I'm drawing a blank.
All right, clue number 2. Brando, you get the first crack at this one. Baseball writers voted him into the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown in 2017. Who is this?
Into the Hall of Fame in 2017. Tim Raines?
Correct! Way to pull it out of your backside. Are you kidding me? Tim Raines. That is right.
Out of my backside?
Yeah, that was totally out of your backside. The third clue, and it might have been a dead giveaway, a former member of the Expos, White Sox, Yankees, A's, Orioles, and Marlins. The steady base-stealing Rock is 5th all-time in total swipes with 808. Tim Raines is correct. All right, let's move on to the next one. Pat, I know you're bitter about that one. Brando, you're getting a first crack at this name. Clue number 1. Due to neck issues, the then 32-year-old was forced into an early retirement in 2016. Who is this?
Neck issues, early retirement in 2016. God, no clue.
I will repeat the clue, Pat. Due to neck issues, the then 32-year-old was forced into an early retirement in 2016. What MLB All-Star Game MVP is this?
I don't know how early it was a retirement back when I can remember, but I'm thinking of All-Star Game MVPs around that year, and the first one that jumps out to me is Prince Fielder.
Correct!
Yeah.
Way to go!
Attaboy. Attaboy.
By the way, the third clue is my favorite one. I just learned this today on Prince Fielder. During his 12-year career, he blasted the exact same number of home runs, 319, as his father, Cecil.
Wow.
How about that? They both finished with 319 homers. Crazy. Didn't know that. All right, moving on. Pat has the edge right now, 20 points to 10. And Pat, you get the first crack on this one. Clue number 1. Again, the topic is MLB All-Star Game MVPs. During his 19-year career, he clubbed 493 homers, which ranks 29th all time. Who is this?
There is no mention of any of the any year in this clue, right?
No.
19-year career, 429 home runs.
493 homers, which is 29th all time.
493. I got nothing. Pass.
Let me repeat the clue, Brandon. During his 19-year career, he clubbed 493 homers, which ranks 29th all time. Who is this?
I don't know. 493 it's let's go. I don't think he played that long though. Manny Ramirez.
Good guess. Clue number 2. Brandon, you get first crack on this one. Elected the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2023. He won the All-Star Game MVP in 1994. Who is this?
Fred McGriff.
Correct! It is the crime dog. Really? Pulling that out of your keister again, man. That's impressive.
I love the Hall of Fame, so Hall of Fame classes are usually pretty good with me. That's where.
All right, we're deadlocked, gentlemen, at 20 points apiece. By the way, the third clue is my favorite clue, the Fred McGriff. Always a supporter of the fundamentals, he fully endorsed commercial legend Tom Amansky.
Oh.
So. Yeah, crime dog.
That wouldn't have helped.
Well, man, that legendary commercial growing up as a kid, I'll tell you that. All right, last one. And Brando, you get to go first on this one. Again, we're tied at 20 points apiece. Clue number 1. Again, the topic is All-Star Game MVPs. The AL Cy Young winner is one of 8 pitchers to take home the coveted All-Star Game honor. So he's a former AL Cy Young winner, but he's only one of 8 pitchers to take home the coveted All-Star Game honor. Brandon, who is this?
Roger Clemens.
Let me repeat the clue, Pat.
You don't need to repeat it. You don't need to repeat it because I hope it's him. Because I'm pretty confident he won All-Star Game MVP. And I know me and Combs we were debating Verlander yesterday. That's not my answer. But we were debating Verlander yesterday, and this is somebody that I said he was close to. Pedro Martinez.
Man, you were ultra confident about that. Was it correct? No, it was not. Clue number 2, Patrick. The UCSB, Go Gauchos, product won the pitcher triple crown during the COVID-shortened 2020 season. Who is this?
He won. You said he won the what during the COVID shortened season?
Oh, Jesus. Ears. Triple crown. Pitcher triple crown in the COVID shortened year of 2020. Who is this?
There's two pitchers in my mind. I don't necessarily remember him winning All-Star Game MVP, but I'm pretty sure that he was the best pitcher in baseball this year. He won the Triple Crown. It's got to be baby. Ooh, give me Shane Bieber.
Correct! Winner! Chicken dinner! Congratulations, Pat, as the confetti rains down. You beat Brandon Combs, and guess who?
Let's go, baby.
I had it.
I know you had it. I know you had it.
Oh, yeah. The Google machine had it. We know that.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
Shots fired. Shots fired. All right, we've already got some runs on the board in the All-Star game. We'll get you an update when we return, and we'll do, excuse me, as there was a burp that just was dying to come up. We'll get you a little multi-sport, multiple choice coming up next. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams
Not in the
that you
same
rooted
way
for
that I
growing
did when
up?
I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk
that's
unhealthy.
unhealthy. But I'm
Still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to
I-
cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose
Fordham.
Mesa.
Jose Mesa, and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series, and I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Joe Tabo, Jose Mesa, just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head two outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. Two Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams on paper profile is the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The number to join the show is 310-840-4910. We're going to get to a little multi-sport, multiple choice here in just one moment, but let's get you an update here on the All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic. And, oh boy, wouldn't you know it, Brad, they just needed a couple of Yankees with some runners in scoring position to come through. Phillies pitcher Christopher Sanchez on the mound at the top of the first. And it was second and third with 2 outs. Could have got out of it, no runs. He walked Bobby Witt, and then Cody Bellinger, 2-run single up the middle, and then Ben Rice with an RBI single up the middle. 3-0 American League as we're in the bottom of the first now. Dylan Cease pitching to Kyle Schwarber, leading things off for the National League. But a couple of Yanks getting the AL on the board early. So 3-0 in the bottom of the first from Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. All right, let's do a little multi-sport, multiple choice here. And let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix to read the questions and delegate. Combs, what's going on? Actually, I think Combs might be cutting up some stuff. He might be doing more than just one job.
Yeah, I think he's off
the
grid. Yep, correct. I can read it if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tee up.
Right.
Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this. We're going to first focus on MLB, and here it is. The American League is log-jammed with several teams still very much in the wild card race. What squad among the following, however, has the best chance of missing the playoffs? Your options are A, the Astros, B, the Mariners, C, the Twins, D, the Orioles, or E, the Blue Jays. Who are you most confident on missing the American League playoffs this year?
Baltimore Orioles. It's between them and the Twins for me, but the fact that the AL Central is still within reaching distance of the Twins, they're only 3 games back of both the White Sox and the Guardians. I got to go with the Orioles. I mean, they're 5 games under 500. Their pitching staff is an absolute atrocity. You know, their lineup is actually they got a top 10 offense. Alonso's hitting the crap out of the ball again. He's going to hit another 35 home runs. Gunnar Henderson, after a slow start, starting to come around here. It's their pitching that I have absolutely zero faith in. I mean, you have one starting pitcher that has an ERA under 4. That is just simply not going to cut it. There's no chance they're catching the Rays or the Yanks in the AL East, so they'd have to do it out of the wild card. I don't see it happening. Their pitching stinks. It's the Orioles for me.
Yeah, Roger, Shane Boz has been blah. I totally agree. It's got to be the Baltimore Orioles. So D is the correct answer. Let's move on to the NBA. Among the following top 10 picks in this year's NBA draft, which player under-delivers most in his rookie season? Again, under-delivers most in his rookie campaign. Is it A, Braden Burries of the Milwaukee Bucks? Is it B, Morez Johnson of the Dallas Mavericks? Is it C, Caleb Williams of Chicago Bulls? Is it D, Michael Brown of the Brooklyn Nets? Or is it E, Darren Peterson of the Utah Jazz? Who do you got, Pat?
That's funny. You know, you have a Caleb Wilson in Chicago and you have a Caleb Williams in Chicago. So that's going to be fun. It is a tough one. I'm torn between, I wouldn't say my hatred. It's tough to hate a 19-year-old, although I guess it's actually a lot easier when he's getting paid millions of dollars. But the way that you and I both feel about Darren Peterson, what he did at Kansas this year, and how I feel like it is easy for him to underdeliver, I despise the draft pick of Sean Marks taking Michael Brown from Louisville over Darius Acuff. So I think for that reason, he's destined to have a terrible rookie season while Acuff shines. So for me, it's D, Michael Brown. And also, he's got nobody else around him on the Brooklyn Nets. You could say maybe the same about a Braden Burries, but they also did just get a big haul back for Giannis. So he does have some talent around him. I don't think there's much talent to be found on the Nets. Michael Brown, D, the most likely to underperform in his rookie season.
Brown's actually played pretty well so far in the summer league. He's going to be a high-volume guy. He's going to get plenty of shots off. That's why I can't really fade him. Same with Darren Peterson. Same with Braden Burries. And honestly, the same with Caleb Wilson. It's got to be the former Illini and former Michigan Wolverine, B, Morez Johnson. I like his overall game. Still working on the outside shot. He's going to be a banger in the post. He's going to contribute meaningful numbers defensively and in the rebounding department. But overall, could be somewhat lackluster, though. I think the trajectory is fantastic down the road, but he's got to develop over a course of maybe 2 to 3 seasons to live up to the full potential. So B, Morez Johnson for me. All right, last one, NFL related. You're in the middle rounds of your annual fantasy football draft, and you're itching to invest in a tight end. Who among similarly tiered plus-size targets is the most attractive option? Your choices are A, Harold Fannin of the Browns, B, Sam Laporta of the Lions, C, Tucker Kraft of the Packers, or D, Kyle Pitts of the Atlanta Falcons. Who are you taking?
Well, this is one of the hardest questions you could have possibly asked here. I'm going to go C, Tucker Kraft, and I think coming off the torn ACL, there are reasons to be hesitant about him. But I think Tucker Kraft was probably the third best tight end in football before he tore his ACL last year. 2024, 707 yards and 7 touchdowns. And he was en route to a 1,000-yard season with double-digit touchdowns before that torn ACL. So the production was more than there. He's an end zone fiend. I'll go Tucker Kraft, although this was not an easy one.
It's not. I'm going to go A, Harold Fannin. It's really close between option A, Fannin, and B, Sam Laporta. But, Fannin, there are more mouths to feed now, along the shores of Lake Erie with Denzel Boston coming in and Casey Concepcion for the Cleveland Browns. And, of course, you got question marks around Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders, who's ever going to be under center the majority of the time. But Fannin can do everything. He's a jack of all trades. He's an accumulator of catches. It could be 75, 80 grabs. He might have a little bit of regression defensively. Myles Garrett out of the equation now, though Jared Verse is no slouch. I think Fannin is the best of the bunch over Laporta, barely, over Kraft, somewhat considerably, and Pitts as well. So A, Harold Fannin for me, Pat.
All right, Brad, we will bid you adieu, brother. Those 3 hours flew. Can't wait to team up together again tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern.
More rankings running backs tomorrow. Adios, amigos.
Coming up next, World Cup, how Spain locked down France and en route to the final. This is BetMGM Tonight.
think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year, where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt, I can be wrong, but I think I'm right, and I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot, and I watch a lot, and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. This should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got two, count them, two solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, Monday through Friday from 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. So that means hour number 4 of this Tuesday night shindig kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We'll get you an MLB All-Star Game update here in just a bit. We'll recap some of the other points that we talked about. Still got a great rest of the show planned ahead of us. Some hot or cold coming up in a little bit. I'll preview England-Argentina, the second World Cup semifinal as well. I got some other NFL thoughts and opinions I want to get off my chest. But, man, in a World Cup full of superstars that have reigned supreme, where sexy has won today, it was a brilliant team effort. It was defensive masterclass, and it was France finally playing a good defense, and they had no answers for La Roja, as Spain pretty much dominates France from beginning to end, winning 2-0 to move on to their second ever World Cup final. So we're talking some soccer here. If you want to join the show, the talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Now, I will remind you, I've been saying this is going to happen. All right? Patty knows ball. How many times has Patty got to prove he knows ball before you realize Patty knows ball? Big soccer fan, been talking all about the World Cup over the last several weeks here. And when Brad was off on vacation a couple of weeks ago, right as the knockout round was beginning, myself and PJ Glasser, who was filling in that night, we decided to do let's do full bracket. Let's make our predictions for the entire knockout stage here, the first ever round of 32 and on in the FIFA World Cup. And I had the semifinals as Spain and France and England and Argentina. Now, I'm not going to give myself a ton of credit for that. It's rock chalk. First time ever since FIFA began ranking teams that you had the top 4 ranked teams make it to the semifinals. A lot of people say, well, it's boring. I mean, this World Cup has been anything but boring. It has been chaotic. It has been thrilling. We've had a bunch of near upsets, and we've had a few. Paraguay over Germany, the biggest upset of this tournament. But in the end, it's been the favorites winning out over and over and over again. And I think you normally, right, in a tournament, want the best teams playing each other at the end. Not always the case. I think for March Madness, I root for the Cinderellas. I root for the 16 seeds. I was rooting for Cape Verde to beat Argentina, and I would have loved to see that team get to the World Cup semifinals, or even better yet, win it in what would be one of the biggest miracles we've ever seen in all of sports. But I'm glad that we had the semifinals line up the way that they did for this tournament, and mostly because I predicted it. That was my prediction. It's Spain, France, England, and Argentina. And this was when the knockout stage had was just beginning. And France was a sexy pick. They were the odds-on betting favorites for essentially the entire tournament, and definitely going into the knockout stage. And I had Spain winning over France, and I have Spain winning the whole thing. I have England beating Argentina tomorrow, by the way. We'll get more into that prediction later on, but Spain has been, for the last, let's say, almost 20 years now, they've been built upon an identity of rock-solid defense and possessing the ball. And today, France, I think for the first time, finally played a really good defense. And they got shut down. All their superstars. They have a team full of stars. And they're not a bad team, don't get me wrong. I mean, they were crushing teams en route to this semifinal. It's not like they were, I wouldn't call them paper tigers. I wouldn't call them frauds. I wouldn't call them all steak and no or all sizzle and no steak. They won the World Cup in 2018 when Mbappe was 19. They made it back to the final 4 years ago. They have become a soccer powerhouse. And they certainly looked the part going into this game. They beat Senegal 3-1, Iraq 3-0, Norway 4-1. And then in the knockout stage, they hadn't given up a goal. Shut out Sweden 3-0, shut out Paraguay 1-0, shut out Morocco 2-0. And Morocco they have a very solid defense. But today, France finally played an elite defense. And there's not many in the world. They played a team that has an elite defense. And they played a team that has their number. Spain beat France in the European Championships in 2024 in the semifinals. They beat them 2-1. And that was despite France scoring in the 9th minute in that game. But that second half was largely what you saw today. France frustrated. The creativity, trying to shine through, but not enough team effort, not enough team brilliance. Individual performances, individuals trying to make it happen, but not just good enough team soccer. Spain beat them in the United Nations League last year, which I don't watch a lick of. It affects FIFA rankings, it affects other stuff, but it's not like a major tournament like the Euros are or the World Cup. But now this is 3 straight times that Spain has beaten France in a competitive game. And 2 in the last 3 years of major tournaments. Knocked them out of the Euros, knocked them out in the semifinals again here today in the World Cup. So France looked the part, and it wasn't like they were a massive favorite. I broke down the game yesterday. I gave it the odds from our friends at BetMGM. France was a minus 150 to advance to the next round, whether they won it in 90 minutes, extra time, penalties. They were minus 150. Spain was plus 120. And I said, I get it. France has looked at, they've been the sexier team. They've been the best team. And they've got the best player in the world in Mbappe. And nothing that I saw today changes that. Mbappe didn't have a great game. But that'll happen. And you can't, I know, like, for a lot of us, for a lot of you that have maybe gotten into the World Cup this year, you've seen the stars, Mbappe, Haaland, Messi, Harry Kane, Jude Bellingham score like almost every game, it feels like. Or at least the goals they've racked up. Mbappe had, 8? Messi's got 8. Haaland, who's out, I think he finished with 8. Harry Kane, Bellingham, they have, 7 and 6? But again, France, they've met their maker. They met a team that has their number, and they finally played an elite defense. And I think sexy doesn't always win you a tournament. And I think, and again, I'll say this: they were playing like the best team in the tournament. They had shown little flaws. They had won convincingly almost every game. The only time they didn't win by multiple goals was against Paraguay. And yet that result never felt like it was in doubt. I thought on paper they were the best team in this tournament. That doesn't always win you a soccer game. It doesn't always win you a tournament. Soccer games, just like boxing matches, just like a lot of football games, they're styles. It's fights that depend on the styles. And Spain's got the style to stop France. And it was proven once again today. Where, honestly, I don't know if you played another 30 minutes if France would have scored a goal. They had nothing. They had absolutely nothing for Spain. 310-840-4910. And, Spain, they're not a team that's used to being a soccer powerhouse. They've only recently become that. And even then, it felt like their 2010 World Cup title, which was their first, in their first ever final, that's 16 years ago. They got knocked out in the group stage in 2014. They got knocked out in the round of 16 in 2018 in a massive upset to Russia. And they got knocked out in the round of 16 in the last World Cup by Morocco on penalties for the second straight World Cup. But they won the Euros in 2008, 2012, 2016, and again in 2024. So they've got 5 major titles in the last 18 years now. And I think they're going to add another one on Sunday. They're going to beat England or Argentina, whoever wins that game. But for the last couple of World Cups, what was once Spain's greatest strength honestly became their weakness. Where again, their identity is defense. They're like the Steelers, which maybe that's not, because again, the Steelers, they've been an iconic NFL franchise for years and years, and they had a lot of titles back in the days. But, again, just think about how the team is built. They're built on defense. They don't have a lot of stars, right? I mean, Ben Roethlisberger, sure. But, you win a Super Bowl, then, of course, you become a star. TJ Watt has been the biggest star defensively, but it's a lot of nameless faces that work together as a team and are always a great defense. That's kind of been Spain. That has been Spain. Rock solid defense, and they're going to control possession. But again, that had become their greatest weakness. When they lost to Russia in the World Cup in 2018, when they lost to Morocco in 2022, they got knocked out in the group stage in 2014. The teams they were playing, they were like, all right, look, we're not even going to try to win the possession battle against Spain. And think about it. Soccer's a 90-minute game. 90 minutes, and the clock continuously runs. With the stoppage time, maybe it's about 100 minutes. Hour and 40 minutes. That clock's always running. The games at times can feel long. But, they seem very quick also when the action's really good. And so think about it. If you don't have the ball, you're chasing the ball, you're trying to get the ball away, and you're not on the ball. You're not playing offense. You're constantly playing defense. It frustrates you. But those teams that had been knocking Spain out basically said to themselves, that's fine. They can have the ball all they want, as long as they don't control it in our defensive third. They can kick the ball around and try to frustrate us in their own defensive third and midfield. They can have the ball they want. They get near our box. They're not getting good shots. They're not getting good chances. And we'll hit them with a counterattack. And all we need is that one moment, because for all the passing and all the possession, and it might look nice when you're far away from the goal, but if you're not getting shots on goal, you're not getting great chances, you're not getting dangerous opportunities, it doesn't matter. And that was how Spain was losing. Again, they lost in penalties to Morocco in a game that didn't have a single goal. They lost to Russia in 2018. I think that it was 1-1. They got knocked out in the group stage in a bunch of low-scoring games that they either lost or tied on. Their greatest strength became their greatest weakness. I'm glad that they didn't get away from it. It is very easy to say, just like every other sport, look how football has changed, where it has become more about passing, but even then we've seen schemes, guys in motion, pre-snap motion, all that different kind of stuff. Now we're seeing a lot of 13 personnel. You're going to hear that out the wazoo in the first couple of weeks of the season. 1 running back, 3 tight ends. 1 running back, 2 tight ends, a lot of 12 personnel. We're seeing 13 personnel. McVay used it a lot with the Rams last year, and everybody copycats once somebody does it well. Think about how baseball has changed. More about the home run, more about the strikeout, less about small ball. Analytics, the game changes from sport to sport. Look at basketball. It's all about the three-pointer. With soccer, what has changed is in the last couple of years, possession's nice. Doesn't matter if you can't score. Teams want to counterattack. Teams want to play track meets. Teams want to press aggressively. That is what France has been. And it's worked. Like I said, they won the World Cup in 2018. They got to the final in 2022. They have a bunch of very fast players, very athletic players. They're an offensive-minded team. That's not to say they don't have a good defense. They did. But if they can't score, man, their whole game plan kind of falls apart. And it's very easy to see the dominance that France was starting to assert on the game, along with Argentina. It was also a very attacking-minded team. And Spain could have said, well, we need to put a coach in charge that wants to be offensive-minded. We got to get away from what our identity was. It's not working anymore. And instead, Spain said, no, you know what? We need to reset. We need to reshuffle. We need to retool. Maybe we just need different players. We need different balance. We don't need to get away from what works, what is proven to work. And defense wins you championships. And that's exactly what you saw today. Spain deciding to hire Luis de la Fuente as their manager, who won youth major tournament championships with Spain. So he coached a lot of these players. He's come up through the system. I thought he has been a genius as this tournament has gone on, has progressed. Think about where these two teams started. Spain tied Cabo Verde 0-0. That was before we even knew how decent, how good, how much of a Cinderella Cabo Verde could be. Spain tied them 0-0. France dominated basically every one of their first 5 games. But as the tournament got on, Spain's manager, De La Fuente, made changes, made bold changes. One of Spain's best players is their young midfielder, Pedri. Plays for Barcelona. Wasn't playing that well. It'd be very easy to say, well, he's one of our stars, man. I'm not going to bench this guy. He benched him. Benched him in the last couple of games. It's worked. It's worked. Fabian Ruiz, who played in the midfield today and started for it was the second straight game. He was terrific. The manager willing to take chances. The manager that's willing to stick to his guns. And at times, that's not always going to work. We see baseball managers want to stick to their guns and the team doesn't win. We see football coaches, head coaches with their play calling, not willing to adapt, not willing to change, and it doesn't work. Spain has stuck to their guns through some of the low points of the last couple of years. And they came out of it with a European championship in 2024, and now they're back in the World Cup final for the second time in history and the second time in the last 16 years because of that. And again, I think today the perfect headline, the perfect analysis, the perfect summation of this game was that in a World Cup of superstars and with a team full of superstars in France, they got beat by just a better team. By a team that was better prepared, that played more as a cohesive 11-deep unit than one with France that needed the flair or those magical moments from Mbappe or Ousmane Dembele, and they just did not get them. They didn't get them. 310-840-4910. And there is a lot of people, of course, complaining about what that's been the theme of this World Cup is let's complain about every penalty. Let's complain about every controversial decision. It wasn't a controversial decision. The penalty that Spain got in the 22nd minute, it was as clear as day. And I thought of the broadcast, Stu Holden on the Fox broadcast, he summed it up perfectly. You have the France left back, their left side defender, Luca Digne, goes to try to clear the ball that he heads up to himself. It's coming down. He's going to try to take it out of the air and swing his foot through it and clear it. Lamine Yamal, the 19-year-old from Spain, who, by the way, I don't think he's overrated. I think he's overhyped. I think he's a really good young player. He's been great at Barcelona. He has still not done a whole lot at this World Cup, but he had his moment today as Luca Digne is trying to clear that ball through the air. Lamine Yamal is free to go to it. It's in the air. He goes to try to win a header, and as he sees Luca Digne swinging his foot, he kind of turns away from it, and he gets there first. It brushes off his shoulder, not a handball. And Luca Digne kicks him in the thigh because he didn't see over his shoulder that Lamine Yamal is coming on to try to get the ball in the air, and he swings his foot and kicks him right in the side of the leg. It's a penalty. It's clear as day. It's in the box. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And when you give a team like Spain, who wants to play a slower tempo, grind you down kind of game, you give them a penalty in the first quarter of the game. That was the death blow, really. And Mikel Oyarzabal, the striker for Spain, again, not a star, not a household name, plays for Real Sociedad in Spain. They're not the Barcelona. They're not a Real Madrid. He's been great, calmly, coolly, in a tournament where the penalty kicks have been awful. Easily slots it home. And when Spain then played with a lead, again, I don't think the tactics really changed because France still tried to press them. They couldn't get the ball away from them enough. France couldn't, every time they tried to counter, Spain's defenders, again, Marc Cucurella, he was awesome. Pedro Porro, I'll get to him in a second, scoring the second goal. He was incredible. Pau Cubarsí, 19 years old, they have 2 teenagers in the starting 11. So again, if you think Spain is like they're not going anywhere. They ain't going anywhere this time. They won the World Cup in 2010, and yes, they've won a lot of Euros, but they have not had any kind of World Cup success in the last 16 years. Well, they're going to have a lot more of it, I promise you that, because they are young and they are an incredible unit. Rodri, I'm a Manchester City fan. I think he's the best midfielder in the world. He won the Ballon d'Or a couple of years ago, the best player in the world, basically. That's like the MVP of the planet, the best soccer player in a calendar year. He won that. He was nearly flawless today. It wasn't like Spain, for a popular soccer term here, park the bus. It's not like Spain parked the bus, which is where you basically just sit into a defensive shell and you're like, we don't care if this game is 0-0. That's fine. We'll take our chances. It's not like they did that, but because they definitely created plenty of chances. But man, they put up the fortress anytime France tried to hit a quick counterattack, anytime France got into the attacking third. Mbappe was, he basically had Spain was like a python, was like a snake, just restricting his blood flow the entire game. He could not get out into space. He could not really unleash any moments of brilliance. Same thing with Dembele. Same thing with Olise. Spain had always 2 guys to the ball, 2 guys to the guy from France, shutting it down, shutting down the passing lanes. It was tactically a masterpiece. And then they get the second goal, and that was it on a beautiful give and go from Pedro Porro with Dani Olmo. And that was all she wrote. And a couple of stunning stats here to give you. France, in the first half, 2 shots, 0 on target. They had 1 shot on target in the final 5 minutes of the game, and then they whipped off a couple of really not all that dangerous shots. So they only get 3 shots on target for the game, and they got outpossessed, and they didn't have a single big chance. Not one. Spain made an elite juggernaut offense look incredibly average today. Incredibly average. Because they played as a team. Not only did they play as a team, I mean, that was about as systematically perfect as you could be. Anytime Mbappe tried to make a well-timed, and he's one of the fastest players in the world. That's what makes him so damn dangerous. Not only is he an incredible goal scorer, but he's so freaking fast. And every time he tried to time a run for somebody to send one over the top or send one through for him, Spain, you look at the replays because they caught him offsides a bunch. Spain's defense was in a perfect line. And that is so damn difficult to do in soccer. All it takes is one guy to not be synced up. All it takes is for the slightest bit of miscommunication. There's that one little gap. One guy leaves him onside, and you're asking for a breakaway. And France didn't have a single one. So I just thought it was tactically a masterclass performance from Spain. Honestly, I thought they were going to have to win it in penalties. I didn't think they would dominate this game as much as they did. But they did, and this gives me a lot of confidence that the team that I picked to win the World Cup, they're winning it, no matter if it's against England or if it's against Argentina. So, again, it's the end of a managerial career for Didier Deschamps, France's manager, who's had a great 12-year run. They're going to have to replace him. But their team is still very, very young. Mbappe's only 27, right? I mean, this is already his 3rd World Cup. He's in the prime of his career. He'll be in his 30s by the next time a World Cup rolls around. And who knows, maybe we'll see him start to slow down a little bit. But for now, France has been a beast. They've been a wagon for basically the last 8 years. They won the World Cup in 2018. They got to the final and lost in a penalty shootout in 2022. But now they took another small step back. This time they lose in the semifinals. But, 4 years from now, they're going to have a team that's once again going to be one of the betting favorites to win the World Cup. But, man, they ran into a team today that had their number and played an A-plus game. And Spain deserved to win. Spain was the better team. Spain might not have the star power. And they have some stars, don't get me wrong. But they might not have the star power of the likes of Mbappe and Dembele that France has. But man, they sure they taught him a lesson today. They taught him a big lesson, and I enjoyed watching it. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. All right, any of your World Cup calls, any of your World Cup texts, we'll take them when we get back. Again, 310-840-4910. When we return, we'll get you an update on the All-Star game, including what could be a very, very scary injury that happened to one of the MVP candidates in the American League. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams
Not in the
that you
same
rooted
way
for
that I
growing
did when
up?
I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk
that's
unhealthy.
unhealthy. But I'm
Still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose
Fordham.
Mesa,
and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head two outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. Two Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams, on paper, profile as the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. We got a text message to get to in just a minute here. We'll get you an MLB All-Star Game update in about 3 minutes. But, also, you can hit me up on Twitter, at PatBoyle44. And, I'm not going to get too frustrated here. I'm not going to get too flustered, and I'm not going to get too emotional. And I already nearly blew a gasket earlier this show in a good way, getting excited, talking about how I think Aaron Rodgers is 1,000% going to throw for at least 21 touchdowns this year. Brad and I were doing our 3-point stance on the Steelers, where we pick a player who's going to give you the best fantasy value this year. We give a prediction on a player prop, and then we debate over or under the team wins. And I thought my favorite, player prop prediction is Aaron Rodgers over 20.5 passing touchdowns. And I brought out the sledgehammer, Brad's signature move and his song, and I went nuts. And, we posted the video on our social media channel on the show at BetMGM tonight. I got red. I mean, it was bad. I gotta take it easy. So I'm not going to explode here. But, it's annoying how great the World Cup has been, and you still have morons. When can we stop caring about soccer again? When Team USA lost, does this mean we could we could pretend that we like soccer now? We don't have to pretend? Does this mean soccer sucks again? We don't have to talk about it? Shut up. Shut up. Am I gonna make more than maybe a passing by comment about soccer from September to May? Maybe not. I'm a big Manchester City fan. I watch the games every weekend, but I realize that what pays the bills, what people want to listen to, and that's football. It's college football. And then in the spring, it's March Madness. It's the NBA playoffs. It's the start of baseball season and all of our favorite sporting events. But you know what? If I would talk more soccer if the ratings said that it was good. But you know what? The ratings have been good. The social media views, the YouTube views, you know what have been I'll pull back the curtain here. You know what have actually been our best performing videos, takes, clips on social media? The World Cup. It's been a great tournament. It's right here in our backyard in the U.S., Mexico, and Canada, and mostly in the U.S. It's been on primetime TV almost every single night for the last month. It's been an awesome tournament where all the biggest superstars in the world have scored goals. Team USA did get to the round of 16, had a pretty good tournament until they lost to Belgium. The ratings have been great. People want to talk about it. People want to hear about it. So when you get a moron like Cowboy Sooner tweeting at me at So Sick of Winning and tweets only a few more days and I won't have to search up and down the dial to find someone not talking about soccer. Praise God. you're a loser. The World Cup has been great. Again, is soccer going to become part of the mainstream sports talk radio like the NFL is? No, it's not. It's the middle of summer. It's been the premier event. And even if you're a diehard baseball fan, and I talk a little bit of Wimbledon, I talk a little bit of tennis, we talk the French Open, I'm going to talk a little bit of the U.S. Open, but you know what? I'm not going to talk a lot of it as we get to near the end of the tournament, because that's when the beginning of the NFL season, that's when you got college football, week 1, week 2. But World Cup's been great. So stop being a little baby. Ooh, I don't like soccer. Oh, I can't understand it. What is offsides? Shut up. Yeah, in about another week, we're not going to talk a lot of soccer, but the World Cup's been fantastic. It's been an incredible sporting event. So I just hate when people do that. I hate it. And there are certain sports that are not for me. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I couldn't give a you-know-what about NASCAR, about Formula One racing, but I realize it's growing in popularity by the year. Now, a lot of people, they love it, and they'll seek it out. You know, you listen to this show for opinions, and I'm giving you them. And I'm giving you them on the biggest sporting events and the biggest news each and every day. That's the type of show that I do. And for the last couple of weeks, one of the top headlines, one of the top sporting events each and every day has been the World Cup, whether you like it or not. 310-840-4910. Okay. Let's get a text message in here. We've got a 352 number texting in. Was Pat doing a show during the iconic 29-point Nick comeback? I can't remember. Why not talk about your reaction as you watched live? Just lean into your fandom. Don't hold back. Also, watching in Spain, did you find a pub or some place to watch? Look, I appreciate the text, but where have you been? Where have you been? That Nick game was a month ago, first off. Second off, yes, I was on the air during the game, and as the Knicks started to come back a little bit closer and a little bit closer, you could feel my emotions rise and the tension. We did watch parties, during the show for every game outside of Game 5, because that was the only game that was on a weekend. The only problem was with the NBA Finals games, they didn't end until like 15 minutes after we got off the air. So by the time we signed off during that 29-point comeback, they had just started the fourth quarter. And I remember that game was very long. Like, that game didn't end until like 35 p.m. Eastern? It was like 3 hours after tip-off. So they had only started the fourth quarter. The Knicks were still down by double digits. I remember signing off thinking like, hey, they were down 29. They're down like 14 now. Who knows what could happen? And then the next day, I came on the air to start the show, and I went absolutely ballistic. I went absolutely nuts. I acted like a lunatic, and I posted a social media video right after the game as it happened as well. So, yes, I was doing a show. We signed off right when the fourth quarter began. And then, yes, I did go to Spain. I did fly to Spain for a wedding and 9 days, a little vacation as well, with the main reason being I had a wedding to go to, that my girlfriend was the maid of honor. And that was the day after the Knicks won the title. So the one thing I did miss out of that incredible, historic, never will forget Knicks championship run was I did miss the parade. And I was in Spain the day of the parade. As that day we did the Rock of Gibraltar, which is a whole day-long excursion. So honestly, it was the only thing I missed. So no, I did not find a pub or someplace to watch because the Knicks had already won the title. The only thing I really missed was the parade. But I don't know where you were for the last couple of weeks, but appreciate you checking in. 352 number. 9310. What's the phone number to join the show? 310-840-4910. All right. This feels like a good place to take a break. I got a little hot and bothered by, classic, soccer stinks. I can't wait till everybody stops caring about it. We'll talk about the All-Star game when we return. We'll get an update on that. And also a big decision the Dodgers are going to make as it pertains to Shohei Ohtani coming out of the All-Star break. You're going to want to hear that. 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt. I can be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot and I watch a lot and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. This should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Cowboys Sooner, that's so sick of winning, who I went off on because they tweeted at me before about, they won't have to search up and down the dial to find someone not talking about soccer. And only a few more days till that happens. It touched a bit of a nerve, I guess. Well, they tweeted at me again. And Cowboy Sooner tweets, was it something I said? It's a good response. It's a good response. And Cowboy Sooner, that tells me you're still listening, even when I am talking about soccer. So I appreciate you listening, and I appreciate you tweeting at me. And like I said, yes, in about another week from now, there will be much, 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 much less soccer talk. For those of you that are also like Cowboy Sooner and saying, oh, geez, he's talking about soccer again? Don't worry. You only got to put up with it for a couple more days. That World Cup semifinal game tomorrow, which I will talk about in the next hour, give you my prediction preview on England, Argentina, and we'll talk about it on Monday and the day after the World Cup final. But then after that, there won't be a lot. So don't you worry. We got a lot of football. A lot of football and baseball, baby. 310-840-4910. Speaking of which, I don't know. Yeah, Monty makes a great point. I'm going to get to it in a second here because it's I don't know what's going on in the All-Star game. But it is the top of the fifth, and the American League leads it 3-0. And from everything that I've been catching while doing the show, it hasn't seemed like there's been a whole lot of anything over since the first inning, when the American League jumped on Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies. Cody Bellinger hit a 2-run single. Ben Rice followed it up with an RBI single. I don't know if there's been like 2 hits in the last 4 full innings. AL leads the National League 3-0 with just those 2 singles from Bellinger and Rice as the only run-producing scores of the game so far. But yeah, our VP, Michael Montgomery, Monty says in the show chat, why is there a fireworks show in the middle of the All-Star game? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. They did, in a commercial break, I turned the volume up. They did a beautiful tribute and rendition of America the Beautiful. Ray Charles, who's obviously not still with us, but they had a gentleman playing the piano. And then they had a bunch of kids ride out onto the field with bikes, and they did a fireworks show. And they're doing, don't get me wrong, it's like a sweet little tribute montage. I'm guessing it's honoring 250 years of the United States of America. It's a little weird though. So let's bring in producer Brandon Combs. And Combs, do you know what the point of that was? I mean, I didn't hate it. I don't think I hated it, but I don't know what the point of that was. And then also fill us in, Combs, because, again, I was doing the show. I wasn't locked in when it happened. We had a big injury scare, or maybe more than just a scare that happened in this game. What's going on with the game?
Yeah. So, as far as the fireworks go, I think that what it was is they were doing the rendition, obviously. And, I think it was just to honor America's 250th. I think it was just part of the spectacle that they were doing. I don't think that there was anything crazy about it. I don't think it was any crazy story or whatnot, but I'm pretty sure that's just what it was. I'm not 100% certain, but 99.5% certain that that's what was the meaning of the fireworks show right there. But as far as the injury goes, Junior Caminero getting hit on the hand by a 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Riley O'Brien. The Cardinals continue to ruin good baseball. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so I see you're taking Jordan Walker winning the home run derby last night very well.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for a Rays pitcher to come out and plunk him in return for them plunking Caminero. Let's start a rivalry tonight.
So Junior Caminero left the game. Did he look like he was in a lot of pain, or is this something that is?
Yeah. So he went down immediately, was in a ton of pain. As soon as he stood up, he kind of sprinted off of the field and down into the clubhouse. So definitely in some pain. Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully it's just going to bruise and hurt for a few days, because, I mean, that would just be, that's brutal. in an all-star game to go out like that, it would be tough. If that's a broken hand, I mean, you're looking at what, 6 to 8 weeks before he's back swinging a bat again.
Easily.
That would be brutal for the Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, it would be brutal. It would be very fortunate for the New York Yankees if the Tampa Bay Rays' best player went down for months. But yeah, it would be brutal for sure. I'm not. I'm playing. I'm not rooting for an injury. I want Junior Caminero to be okay and to be able to play this weekend. But yeah, that sucks. Getting hurt and all. Oh, Combs, you're the Cubs fan that didn't want anybody playing in the World Baseball Classic. What's that? Do you not want Cubs players playing in the All-Star game? Is that your next take?
No, the All-Star game's completely different. All-Star game is completely different. You earn the right to be there. An exhibition. So yeah, I'm fine with them playing it. But I'll tell you what I am on board with. I'm on board with the tweeter who came at you. Because I mean All-Star game night, and you spent 22 minutes talking about soccer. I mean, Team USA has been out for a couple of weeks now, man. Like nobody's watching anymore in America. Everybody's watching the All-Star game.
You think? All right.
Most people were at work while they're playing this game today.
If everybody's watching the All-Star game, who's listening to our show?
The people that are watching the All-Star game and have us playing on Alexa, of course.
You literally said yourself, you jackass, a week ago. You're like, you know what? This World Cup, I'm all in. I'm in on the World Cup. I love it. It's great.
It took a little bit.
Did you not say that?
But we got there. I think once every 4 years, yes. But I mean, I to me, when it comes down to it, baseball is America's pastime, and the All-Star games tonight, and we've spent about 30 seconds talking about it. So I just figured, the guy tweeting may or may not, have a point.
I see what you're doing, Combs, and you know what? And I don't like it. First of all, the game stinks. Second of all, it's an exhibition. Third, I got a proposal. Why don't we break here? Come back. We'll do hot or cold. I have a proposal for you because the All-Star game, honestly, it's kind of stunk for years now. And I got a proposal on how we can make it better. We'll do a little hot or cold. And also what the Dodgers are planning on doing this weekend with Shohei Ohtani that may or may not raise a ton of eyebrows. But yeah, so God forbid, I couldn't talk about the World Cup semifinal, which has been a smash hit, ratings success out the wazoo, with two of the best teams in the world playing in the semifinals. Eat it. I'll come back. We'll do some hot or cold when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams that you rooted for growing up?
When I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk unhealthy.
I'm
still like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose Mesa,
and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head 2 outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. 2 Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So, yes, the LA Rams, on paper, profile as the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 5, 5th and final hour of this Tuesday night show kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We always do open phone lines for the final hour of the show. Anything you want to talk about, the number to join is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text. 310-840-4910. We broke down the home run derby from last night to begin the show. Did you enjoy the new format? I thought it was an awesome smash success. Jordan Walker winning it in walk-off fashion. 6 home runs on 6 consecutive final swings to beat Kyle Schwarber. I thought the new format was great. Hopefully it's here to stay. We don't need the clock. Forget about your shrinking attention span. We got to enjoy some great home runs. And Brad and I came up with some ideas on how we can make other All-Star weekends better. So we talked about that. We did a little, we talked a lot of Steelers football because we had Brian Batko join the show. He covers the Steelers for Steelers.com. We did some predictions on the season. I think they're going to be a playoff team again. I took Aaron Rodgers. I brought out Brad Sledgehammer, and took Aaron Rodgers over 20.5 passing touchdowns. That got that got me all red and fired up. So that was a lot of fun. We ranked our top 10 quarterbacks, played a little guess who, and then I talked some World Cup, and we're going to do some hot or cold here in a second. So in case you missed anything, once the show is done, make sure you rewind on the Odyssey app. Make sure you download the BetMGM Tonight podcast as well, wherever you get your podcasts. So again, you can join the show by calling or texting 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. All right, before we kick off a little hot or cold here, let's get you a scoreboard update from the All-Star Game, the Midsummer Classic. It's the American League winning again. Shocker. They win tonight. It'll be 11 out of the last 13 Midsummer Classics that go the way of the AL. And they got it done early, and there hasn't been a whole lot going on since. In the first inning, Christopher Sanchez from the Phillies got second and third with 2 outs. He was so close to getting out of the inning unscathed, and then a couple of Yankees, baby. Cody Bellinger with a 2-run single made it 2-0. Benny Barrels, Rice baby. Ben Rice followed it up with an RBI single of his own to make it 3-0. And that is still where we stand. 3-0. Top of the 6th from Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. Again, there's only been 2 hits since that first inning. One of them came from Juan Soto, and the other came from Shea Langoliers, the catcher for the Athletics. So there you go. That's your All-Star Game for you in a nutshell. 310-840-4910. We're going to talk a little bit more All-Star Game because, honestly, I like it. I put it on. Obviously, got it on here during the show. If I wasn't doing a show, I'd have it on in the background. But the All-Star Game, it's boring. Sorry. It is what it is. I mean, you got great pitching. That's kind of the era that we find ourselves in. We're not in like the golden age of pitching, where I think we were close to maybe moving the mounds back or making the mounds smaller when it was Clayton Kershaw and just absolutely dominating. I felt like we were in the dead ball era. We're not there. Offense has definitely gotten a little bit more of a foothold, and that's because teams now, a lot of teams, all they care about is home runs, extra bases. Nobody wants to bunt. And I feel like the old man, get off my lawn here. Nobody plays small ball anymore. But like, it's true. Just all you have to do is take a look at the batting averages of the guys in this game. You got one, if I'm not mistaken, one guy hitting 300. Let me double check that. Oh, damn it. They only got the averages for the game here. I'm pretty sure Brandon Marsh is the only hitter hitting over 300. I could be wrong. Yordan Alvarez actually is hitting over 300. You might have 2. And these are the best hitters in baseball. So I feel like the last several years here, it's been just strikeout, 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 weak contact, not a lot of runs, not a lot of offense, maybe get a home run. That's about it. So I feel like the All-Star Game, it only needs one simple little change. Something that used to be a factor in the All-Star Game. And that'll at least give it some more meaning. But before we get there, before we start off hot or cold, let's get producer Brandon Combs back in the mix. Combs, before I ask you what's going on, Monty, our VP Monty, great job that he always does, mentions in our show chat only 10 players in all of baseball are hitting over 300. So there you go. Combs,
Such a joke. That's a joke. I mean, that's a detriment to the game, to be honest with you. When you're watching the fact 10 players. We used to have lineups with 10 players hitting 300. Like I don't understand how you get to that point. Like, I understand launch angle, I understand the long ball and home runs and blah blah, but Jesus, I mean, nobody knows how to hit anymore. That's why I hated when they banned the shift. Learn how to hit. If I clog the hole on the left side, learn how to hit. If I shifted on Tony Gwynn, he would have batted 960. These hitters today that freaking don't know how to hit. Take the ball the other way, hit for average, put bat on the ball. Instead, you're just trying to hit home runs every time out. It drives me insane, which is why it's hard for me to believe that any player in this era, including Shohei Ohtani, can ever be labeled as the greatest player of all time.
Okay, let me disagree. I agree with a lot of what you were saying. I actually don't mind at all that they banned the shift. And here's the thing. Think about two things. Would you agree? Maybe not pitching in of itself, but the stuff that we're seeing. Every guy, like 95% of baseball, the average velo on the fastball is 95 or above. A lot of these guys, 97, 98, 98, 99. Mizorowski throws, it can touch 104, right? I know it's not often, but like most all-star pitchers in this game are going to be averaging 97 or above in the one inning they throw. The stuff, the rotations, the curve, the breaking stuff, it breaks more than it ever has. That and the fact that scouting departments and the book is out on every one of these hitters. They know your weaknesses. They know what pitches more than ever. I know there's, scouting's not new, but to the degree that you can have a book on exactly what a hitter struggles with, I think it is so, it's a bit disingenuous to just say, oh, well, go the other way. Go just hit it the other way. When pitchers pitch you so that they pitch right into your weaknesses, and if a guy's throwing 97 in on your hands, that is so difficult to go the other way with. So I'll agree. I'll disagree with you in that sense.
I hate that argument, and here's why. Yes, sure, you've got your rare guys like Mizorowski who can touch 105 on the gun. But guys back then, you had guys that were throwing 100 back then. You had Roger Clemens. You had freaking God, I'm gonna forget his name now. Randy Johnson. You had guys who are throwing heavy balls back then. Like, they're throwing 100 miles an hour, and guys are still going the other way. You still had hitters that knew how to do the things that they needed to do, inside out on a ball, go early, set things that I teach kids in Little League to do. You want to hit the ball the other way, step towards third base. Like, those are the things that you teach hitters to do on how to hit the ball. These hitters aren't concerned with that. They don't want to go the other way. They want to hit the long ball. They're concerned with power numbers. The fact that you are okay with striking out 150 times in a season as long as you hit 30 to 40 home runs is despicable to me. Like, that's just not baseball. Yes, I love this game more than anything, and I'll never go away from it. This game is my passion, but the hitters nowadays, the fact that pitchers they can throw harder. Pitchers they've got the book. You've got the book on the pitcher too. You know what else hitters have that they didn't have back then? They have different types of bats that they didn't have back then. You've got the composite wood bats now. You're watching videos of them yesterday using them in the home run derby where the ball's making contact with the bat and the ball's damn near flattening. It's because of with these new bats with the
the torpedo bats.
The torpedo bats you're talking. The composite bats are designed to flex a little bit, almost like a golf club when they're being swung. So hitters have advantages too. A lot of these hitters just don't go out there looking to do it. That's why you're seeing guys who strike out, just watch Wilson Contreras in the All-Star game swing at a ball that's 4 feet out of the zone. Because you're trying to hit the ball, you're trying to do one thing, you're trying to pull it, and you're trying to hit it 400 feet.
I think you are... I think you're undercalculating just how great pitching is now again, let me rephrase, not the pitching, the stuff. How great it is now compared to how it used to be. And again, I'm not saying like pitching, there's arts of pitching that weren't discovered until 3 or 4 years ago. But a constant, oh, by the way, there you go, opposite field base hit for Wilson Contreras, right as you are saying, nobody goes the other way, Combs. Cody Bellinger hit the ball the other way right before him as well, 390 feet into left center field and got out. The word that you hear a lot of days with pitching in baseball is tunneling, creating that tunneling effect, recreating your mechanics so that your curveball is in the same slot as your fastball. It looks the exact same. But when it comes out of your hand, one is 96 that runs in on your hands, and the other is 80 with a foot of break that breaks away from you. I just think hitting is harder now than it ever has been. And I think when we look back in 20 or 30 years, we will say that. I agree with you that I think the Ivy League nerds have become too big of a part of baseball, with analytics being about all we need is a home run or a walk. We don't care about singles. We don't care about stolen bases. We don't care about small ball. There are some teams that play some small ball. The Padres do it well. The Rays have done it well for years. But I agree with you that to the large part, this game has become all about the three true outcomes, the strikeout, the walk, or the home run. And I do think it is a disservice to the actual quality of baseball. But I also will say, I think banning the shift was great because it was supposed to boost batting averages. And I mean, maybe it has a little bit from like 8 years ago. But also, I really do think that hitting is not just as easy as, well, step the other way or swing later. Like it is so hard. I think hitting
baseball's always been hard. Hitting the ball has always been the toughest thing in sports to do, but it's a game of adjustments, Pat. It's always been a game of adjustments. If you're going to come inside on me, guess what? I've got to learn how to deal with an inside pitch. If the book on me is that I can't hit something inside, I have to figure out how to do that. Guys back in the day, when you're talking about guys like Tony Gwynn, when you're talking about guys, Cal Ripken, when you're talking about all of these players coming up through the day, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle, you think they ever complained about, oh, God, this guy throws too hard. I don't know what I'm going to do. Oh, no, he's got the book on me. He knows that I can't hit anything outside. No, they made adjustments. They figured it out. And they hit for average. Hitting 400 used to be the chase every year. We used to talk about it every year. Who's got a chance to hit 400 this year? Even as a player like Miguel Cabrera, we used to talk about him all the time. Oh, Miguel might hit 400. Miguel Cabrera winning the Triple Crown was a huge deal. Hitting over 300 was almost like that was the only way you were getting into a lineup, was if you could hit 300. If you can't hit 300, you're not in baseball. Or you're a catcher. Like that was the thing. But now it's nobody hit 240 is the new standard now. It's stupid.
But you love the game and you'll never quit it.
I won't ever quit it, but I still think it's stupid. I still think it's flawed. I think there's a huge problem with it. Which is why you need stuff like automated strike zone, so everybody has the same strike zone. You need to have, certain things implemented, sure, to help the hitters with all the stuff you're talking about, technology and all that stuff. But hitters have technology too. Hitters have books on people too. Hitters are still finding ways when you're tipping pitches, stealing signs. That's why pitchers still hate it.
That's true.
Which, by the way, I hate people that hate that you're stealing signs. If I can steal your signs, change your damn signs.
Or use PitchCom.
PitchCom, I mean, all sorts of different things. And if you're tipping your pitches and I'm relaying to where you're throwing in the zone, too damn bad. It's too damn bad. That's part of the game. And all of this stuff where 240 and watching these guys, like you've got guys who now are all-stars. I'm not even going to talk about Alejandro Kirk, Mr. batting 219 with 2 home runs and 7 RBIs in the All-Star game. But I'm talking about, like, you've got guys in the All-Star game now that aren't hitting 230. Like, that's insane to me. How the hell you be an All-Star at 230 is wild.
You think we ever get back to what I think you and maybe some other people think are the good old days? Guys are hitting 350, 360. You think we ever get back to
just
that?
Like fashion, right? Things eventually come around. things always revert back to, their original state. Eventually you'll start seeing guys wanting to hit for average. Eventually you'll start seeing guys who throw 105 get tired of their elbows falling off by the time that they're 26. Like you're going to see eventually this stuff will turn around and it'll revert back to where it was. Same way you see people still wearing bell-bottom jeans, right? Like you get fashions and you get trends that come back around. And I think it'll be the same for baseball. Right? Like I think at some point you will see like all of this, 104, 105 is all nice and dandy, but man, how many Tommy John surgeries can you endure? We watched
I thought maybe
Paul Skeens.
Well, I mean, if the Toronto Blue Jays. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say Paul Skeens is probably the closest example to that we have right now, right? A guy who 2 years ago was throwing 100 consistently and now is topping out at about 96, 97 miles an hour.
I think the Toronto Blue Jays gave you the blueprint of if you want to get back to the good old days. They got to the World Series. This was for the entire 2025 season. Vladdy, 292. Bo Bichette, 311. Ernie Clement, 277. George Springer, 309. Alejandro Kirk, your guy Alejandro Kirk last year hit 282. Nathan Lucas, 255. They had a bunch of hitters hitting at or above 300. It worked. Got them to the World Series. So maybe other teams will start to follow suit. But unfortunately, I do think the premier mode of thinking in the last 15 years has become, we don't care about singles. We care about home runs and extra bases. And for pitching, we don't care about giving up singles. We just care about strikeouts, and that's it. And I agree with you. Again, I do think that the overall quality of baseball is not what it used to be. That doesn't mean that the pitching is not as good as it's ever been. The stuff is as good as it's ever been, in my opinion. Guys' power is as good as it's ever been. Again, I think you have to qualify. The steroid era was the steroid era. So I think
I'm surprised that as a pitcher, you're okay with banning the shift too, because as a guy, as a pitcher, you want your defense aligned the best way possible to your pitching style, right? Like you want to know that your guys are there. So to me, banning the shift was the dumbest thing you ever did. That was the most dumbest participation trophy thing that Major League Baseball has ever done.
I think about how boring some games had become. Think about how boring baseball had become in certain aspects, where even if a guy does rope the ball, you got a defender there. You got somebody playing, a second baseman playing in shallow right field. That's not what baseball is supposed to be, but that is like the one byproduct of what analytics and the nerds, the Ivy League nerds, brought to the game. It's like, hey, this guy hits the ball here more often than not. Why don't we put somebody there? Why don't we put our second baseman in shallow right field and have our shortstop play behind second base? Yes, it's smart, but also it did take away from what the game of baseball was. And so I like banning the shift. I think it brings strategy back into baseball. And I know that you could say shifting is a strategy, but now it brings more strategy onto the hitter side. It should make it more liable to hit the ball. I know, again, you would think with the shift, it would make it easier for guys to hit it the other way, but they didn't. So now that you can't shift, batting averages should go up. We should see more singles, and in turn, we should see more small ball or stolen bases. I don't know exactly if the results would say that we have, but I was a big fan of them banning the shift.
That the reason why games got boring was because hitters stopped learning how to do it. That's why I say it all the time. It's all about your training in the era that you come up in and where you play, right? Because I get in this argument all the time, especially in basketball, because people always want to argue LeBron versus Jordan with me, especially the younger generation when we start talking sports. And when people start saying, oh, LeBron could have never played in the 90s, yes, he could have. He just would have been a different style player because he would have trained differently. Like, I think Bryce Harper would have been a 340 hitter, 350 hitter back in the day. I think guys like Kyle Schwarber would hit less home runs, but I think he would have hit 310. Those are the things that I think would be different because you would have trained differently. You would have learned differently. You would have done things differently. The fact now that you come up through the system and you're just taught, hey, look, you got to learn launch angle. You got to learn how to hit home runs. Like, to me, that's insane.
I feel like you're kind of arguing against yourself, though. You want batting average to be up. You want there to be more guys that hit singles, more guys that hit for contact, but yet you don't want to ban the shift. So you want to make it harder to hit for contact. You want to make it harder to get hits, but yet you want hitters to just be better at hitting anyway. And that,
because if you're better at hitting, if you're better at hitting, that's going to ban the shift in itself. If you're shifting me to the left and I'm constantly hitting the ball to the right, you're going to stop shifting me. And then I can spray the ball wherever I want to once you stop shifting me. But if you're going to play me in a certain spot, look, I know that, look, softball is a lot different than baseball, right? But we do it all the time, right? Like it's one of those things. You see somebody's planted somewhere, you shift stuff. You go to the opposite way. You shift your body. You do all sorts of different things because you have to adjust to what they're doing. And if you can't adjust to what they're doing, then that's your problem. It shouldn't be something that you ban.
You just tried to compare adult slow pitch softball.
No, I'm talking about mentality. Not adult slow. No, I'm not talking about adult slow pitch softball, comparing it to baseball. I honestly know I'm talking about mentality. You have to learn how to adjust. You have to learn how to, if they are going one way on you, then you have to learn how, if you come into every at bat and you're swinging every at bat for the first 60 at bats of your season, you swing at the first pitch every single time. Eventually, those pitchers are going to learn, I'm just going to throw something out of the zone on the first pitch because he's going to swing at it. Same way that if every single one of your first pitches is always a slider outside, I need to know that I need to lay off of the first pitch because you're going to throw me a slider outside. It's not going to be a strike. You have to learn how to adjust. You have to learn how pitchers have the book on batters the same way batters have the book on pitchers. And this is a game of adjustments. That's what baseball is. That's what it's always been. It's always been a game of adjustments. It's always been a game of a chess match. That's the beauty of baseball. But to just, we've got to change this rule because it makes it easier for this side of the game. You got to change this rule because it makes it easier for this side of the game. No, you don't have to change anything. You want to put 7 guys on the left side of the infield? Go put 7 guys on the left side of the infield. Learn how to bunt the ball down the freaking left side of the infield. Learn how to beat the shift. How many times did we watch David Ortiz when they started shifting him, bunt the ball down the third baseline for a cheap single? He had no problem doing that. That's David Ortiz, one of the most clutch home run hitters you've ever seen in your life. You have to adjust.
Monty says in our show chat, it's not about making it easier. It's about making it more entertaining.
Baseball has stood the test of time. Entertainment wise, all these people, all these losers out there that, baseball's losing popularity. Baseball's not the most popular sport. Look at the numbers. Because baseball has never lost its popularity with the exception of a 3-year span between 1995 and 1998. Ever since then, baseball has stood the test of time. Baseball has thrived. That's why these players are able to make $700 million in a contract.
Well, we'll see if baseball stands the test of time this offseason because they're probably going to get locked out. Monty says also if they didn't do any of that, it would have kept going down. I agree with Monty. And he also said banning the shift was the best move. You're outnumbered here, Combs. 310-840-4910. All right, we'll get into some hot or cold, which that was a great topic there. The game of baseball, where it's at, baby. We both love it. Could be better. But we disagree on some key things there. But we'll get to some hot or cold. We'll get to your phone calls, 310-840-4910. You can text the show as well, 310-840-4910. And coming up later, before we get out of here, I'll give you a prediction on England, Argentina tomorrow. This is BetMGM tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year, where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt. I can be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot, and I watch a lot, and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. This should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. We'll get to some hot or cold here in just a bit. Get you a scoreboard update. MLB All-Star Game, still 3-0. Still barely any hits. Kind of boring. Not that great. 3 hits since the first inning. That's it. American League leads the National League 3-0. Cody Bellinger, 2-run single in the first, followed up by Ben Rice with an RBI single. That's been it. That has been all she has been writing about. So let's get to some phone calls here. 310-840-4910. Our guy Ross in New Jersey next up on BetMGM tonight. Ross, what's up, brother? Yes, sir. Happy All-Star break. I know that you, mentally, for your own well-being, you needed a couple of days off from watching the New York Mets. So happy All-Star break indeed. Yeah. Wait, hold on, Ross. Let me jump in real quick. Let me ask you this. Because I know it's going to heat up here. Does Francisco Lindor get traded this year? Yes or no? Okay. Yeah, that's a really good point. That is a really good point. The Atlanta Braves, remember a couple of years ago, they paid Michael Harris. They paid everybody basically. Like they locked those guys up for 6, 7 years down the road. And now I feel like we're seeing it more often than not. Maybe not mid-level prospects, but the top prospects. I mean, the Pirates have already paid their top guys before they even stepped on the big league field. So yeah, I think it comes down to a lot of it is investing in your youth. But I know Combs and I were having a conversation basically regarding around just the art of hitting in of itself, and if we'll ever have 300 hitters, and whether or not the shift was a good idea. So, I mean, I know that was a whole different argument. That is true. Ross, appreciate the call, brother. And I think, we see it. It's you rarely see it in the NBA where, again, if a guy's going to be good in the NBA, you know it almost immediately. And with football, with the NFL, and with baseball, it is so crazy to me how, Ross mentioned Otto Lopez, who's been non-tendered a couple of times, guys that have been given up on, especially in the NFL, where it's a sport that is, it's less, I don't want to, I'll just say it and then I'll explain. It's less skill reliant than baseball, hand-eye coordination. Don't get me wrong, there is a lot of skill involved in football and technique, but a lot of it comes down to how physical, how strong are you, how fast are you, how agile are you? And then on top of it, yes, do you have great hands? For an offensive lineman, how great is your technique, your footwork, and all that stuff? How smart are you with your route running and, ability to retain information and coaching and playbooks and all that stuff? But yeah, it's just crazy to me how you could be a bum one year and you could be an MVP candidate or an all-star the next year in baseball. That's how funny of a sport it is. 310-840-4910. Let's get to Bill in Seattle next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Bill? No, you definitely won't, Bill. I appreciate the call. Thanks so much, man. Yeah, look, and I get it to a certain extent about not wanting starting pitchers to go deep into games, all the wear and tear on the arm. The guys are throwing harder than ever. That's what that comes down to. Will we ever get to a point where we'll tell a starting pitcher you don't need, or any pitcher, you don't need to throw 98, 99, 100 to make it to the big leagues? If you throw 94 and you could still throw 94 in the seventh inning, we'll see more 7-inning, 8-inning games. We'll see more complete games. I think it's the fact that it's become so all or nothing in so many aspects in baseball. You either throw 99 or you ain't going to cut it. You either have to hit the ball 375 feet and hit the ball with an exit velo of 113 miles an hour, or you're not going to make it. I think that's probably led to some of the problems nowadays in baseball. And as they're showing Luis Arias right now, one of the great contact hitters of this game, hit 330 this year. With the bunting thing, our VP Monty made a great point in the break. We were talking about it, after we had the debate on the air, me and Combs, and Monty goes, okay, that's fine. Like, they're going to shift. If the shift wasn't banned, teams are going to shift on Yordan Alvarez. Okay, cool. He's going to drop down a bunt down the third baseline. Go ahead and do it. We'll happily give Yordan Alvarez a single. You're not going to steal. And it's going to take an extra base hit, if not more, in that inning after that to get you in. And it's like, all right, you're going to drop down a bunt every single time? Are you going to do that successfully? There's a chance you bunt, you pop the ball up. There's a chance you bunt it foul once or twice. That's why I get it. I get it, but I hate when people say nobody knows how to bunt anymore. Well, bunting's not easy. Like, even when bunting was a thing, it's not a guarantee you're going to get down a bunt for a sacrifice, by the way, let alone bunting for a hit. Like, I don't know. I'm growing up watching baseball. How many guys actually bunted for a hit like every game? You don't see it almost ever anymore. How many times did you see it in the 90s and the 80s? Yeah, guys dropping down bunt base hits every inning? Like, no, because it's not easy. So if somebody were to shift on somebody, Yordan Alvarez, yeah, bunt down the third baseline. How many times, if he does that every time, how many times is he actually successful? And even if he is successful, it's a single versus a guy that you're worried about giving up a double or a home run to. So that's, I get it. But why doesn't anybody bunt anymore? But also, let's not act like bunting is 100% success rate, or it ever was. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll finish with your phone calls. I'll give you my prediction on the England-Argentina World Cup semifinal game tomorrow. And we'll get you a final scoreboard update on the All-Star game. But get your calls in and get your texts in now. 310-840-4910. We got a couple of long texts that we'll try to fit in as well in the final segment. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Do you still watch sports and root for the teams
Not in the
that you
same
rooted
way
for
that I
growing
did when
up?
I was 20. I mean, I was a cry when the Yankees lose.
Now that's unhealthy. Now you want to talk
that's unhealthy. But I'm
Still
saying,
like when you're 20, because I used to cry after the Giants would lose regular season games. That's unhealthy.
I had two moments in my life that changed me. I can get the exact moment. Yankees lose to Cleveland in '97. I'm at
Jose
Fordham.
Mesa,
and O'Neal's ball, was on a line and it hits the wall.
Sandy Alomar, that jerk.
Sandy Alomar, right, exactly. So that's the '97 series. And I went over to our great grass at Fordham, Eddie's Parade, and I overturned benches that were on Eddie's Parade at 12:07 a.m. because Jose Mesa just closed out the Yankees. And then there was a second one that was even when I was older, a little bit out of school. And it was, I thought Mariano Rivera struck out Todd Pratt, I think it was, in a Subway Series mid-July, in 2001, I think it is. And on a pitch that was right below the strike zone. And that was it. That was a moment where I was so upset about sports that I had to change the type of fan I was. Get to PTI, and I'm watching spring training Cubs with Mike Wilbon, and it's the third inning, and he's upset about a pitch. And I couldn't comprehend that he was still doing it at that stage. And he is still that fan, but I could not be that fan anymore. I couldn't be that fan as a person. I couldn't be that fan on TV. I was, maybe more in a mold where I didn't want to wear the jersey on TV. That wasn't me. I wasn't that type of fan. So it did change for me by extension of my job, but also because I had in my head two outsized reactions where I was physically overturning furniture over losses, and I didn't want to be that person.
How about the San Francisco 49ers? Kyle Shanahan, pretty good coach. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, both going to be back this year. That matters. Two Hall of Fame caliber players who didn't play last year, basically, now going to play this year for San Francisco. And I have so much faith in Kyle Shanahan, and I have faith in Brock Purdy. It looks like George Kittle will be back at some point early in the season from the Achilles. I'm not going to sleep on the foot. You can if you want to. I'm not going to. So yes, the LA Rams on paper profile as the best team. And yes, if and when the Rams sign Aaron Donald, the hype is only going to kick into overdrive. And I acknowledge that. And I'm not poking holes in it. But what I am saying, do not sleep on the rest of this conference. This conference is loaded, and you can make the case for a ton of teams to upend the apple cart. As a matter of fact, on July 14th, I'm getting close to ready to put my name on it. That the NFC Championship game this year will not feature the LA Rams. And instead, we will have a matchup that will have everyone, well, I guess you have to be of a certain age to feel this way, like me, yearning for the halcyon days of youth. Can I interest anybody in a rivalry renewed on Championship Sunday? The San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here. Last chance for your phone calls and your texts. 310-840-4910. Miguel Vargas just hit a towering solo home run for the American League. Miguel Vargas of the White Sox. That is Miguel Vargas, formerly of the Dodgers, who's got to be one of the only players in the last 5 years that leaves the Dodgers and becomes better. I mean, he wasn't very good with the Dodgers, so I don't know, whatever the White Sox got out of him that the Dodgers couldn't, kudos to them. But they lead the National League 4-0. National League's got one hit. Soto, single, back in the fourth inning. That's it. That is all she wrote. We were just talking in the break. Who gets All-Star Game MVP? Because every pitcher is only throwing an inning. I mean, Cease struck out the side. You're not going to give the All-Star Game MVP to a pitcher that threw one inning. Hey, it's got to go to Cody Bellinger. He had the 2-run single in the first inning. That put the American League up. They're up 4-0. That's 2 of the 4 runs. There you go. Yankee wins another All-Star Game MVP. Let's go, baby. Signed, sealed, delivered. All right, let's get to Wade, who's in Madison, Wisconsin. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Wade? Yeah, thanks for calling. That's a great point, Wade. And I know producer Brandon Combs has actually been, he has been crushing the All-Star, the fans for, voting in players that have no business being on the All-Star roster. So yeah, that is definitely a big part of it, for sure. It's, you want household names, but you get enough fans that just, click the box and go to the website enough, then you get players in. Again, Combs mentioned it. Alejandro Kirk being voted into the All-Star game this year, even though I don't think he's even played in this game, but the fact that he's on the roster, that's a disgrace. That's a good point. Yeah, appreciate the call, Wade. Good stuff, man. We only have a couple minutes, so I'm not going to expand upon that. I think Wade made some good points. I do want to get a last text in here, which I think this is more of a request for a shout out than anything, but I will oblige here. And so here's how the text reads, and not the best in terms of the grammar or the spelling, but we'll do our best here. So this person or these people text in, I am the Bible of sports, and my partner in crime, Rocket and Esther. We love your show. Please give us a shout out to the best bartenders. Name is Esther and Rocket. We worked forever at the PNC Club back when it was the Diamond Club level. PNC, they worked at the Pirate Stadium. All we want is a shout out. We've been so loyal to the team, and everyone, the best players get traded. We got traded out of there too. LOL. We are also going to start our own show because we know it all. And thank you. Well, there you go. Shout out to Esther and Rocket. Thank you for that text. Lifelong Pirates fans. Used to work at the ballpark. There you go. All right, really quickly. Final 90 seconds. So yesterday I said on the show that Spain was going to beat France, and they did. Tomorrow, second World Cup semifinal, England, Argentina. Argentina's luck runs out tomorrow. They have been very fortunate to get to this spot. They are the defending World Cup champions. Their defense is not as good as it was last time around, and Leo Messi can only save them so many times. You know, it wouldn't shock me if I'm wrong and Messi scores again en route to another Argentina win in like extra time or penalties. But, man, you know, England has been tested several times throughout this tournament, and every time they come out on top. They were down against DR Congo in the first round of the knockout stage. They come back, Harry Kane greatness. They win 2-1. They had to survive Estadio Azteca in Mexico City, a true road game against Mexico, who had not lost a competitive game in 13 years. They go up 2-1 or 3-1. Then they have to play with 10 men. They survive. They win that game. And then they once again win a game in extra time against Norway after a hard-fought battle. I think England has been the better team. I think they've got the better roster. I think Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham have been better than basically everybody outside of Messi in this tournament. And I think Argentina's luck runs out. I think England has a pound-for-pound better roster. I think they're going to win this game tomorrow, either 2-0 or 2-1. And England's going to go to the World Cup final to play Spain, which would be a rematch of the Euro 2024 final. And I think Spain is going to beat England again on Sunday. But England's going to beat Argentina tomorrow. And that's all we have time for. Thanks to everybody working on the show. Lee, back in our Westwood One studios. Producer Brandon Combs, Monty, Brad, Chloe, Max, everybody else. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow at MGM tonight.
I think the issue that the Lakers are going to have this year, and the reason why I don't think the Lakers are going to be as good this year as they were last year, first off, LeBron James isn't on the team. And LeBron, even in his advanced age, is still a top 20, 25 player in the league. I want someone to show me, and I understand what you'll say, that LeBron at this point in his career is not exactly in his prime Scottie Pippen. Where is the defense coming from on this team? Where's it coming from? How are they stopping anybody? How's it happening? How's it happening? Now, that Luka Mavericks team that went to the finals and then got smoked by the Celtics in the NBA Finals, that Mavericks team, and I'm not looking to like relitigate the run that they had. I guess I will a little bit, right? Think about the Western Conference that year where you had Denver as the clear favorite, yacked away, Game 7 at home to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And the Wolves, built by Tim Connolly, who was formerly with Denver, were literally constructed to beat the Nuggets, which was great because they beat Denver, but then they were not constructed to beat Dallas in the next round, and the Mavericks handled them in the Western Conference Final. To Dallas and Luka's credit that year, they did beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in the second round, and the Thunder had home court in that series. They were the 1 seed. I think it's fair to say, though, the Thunder were a little early at that point, right? Won the championship the next year. I say this to say, it is my sincere doubt. I can be wrong, but I think I'm right. And I think when I explain this, you'll agree with me. It is my sincere doubt that the Mavericks will have, or Luka, not the Mavericks, but Luka will have a path like that to the NBA Finals at any point in the near future. Oklahoma City's still around, but they've won a championship and lost a Game 7 at home in the Western Conference Final. Be honest, which team's better? Even if you're a big Laker fan and you've got the purple and gold sunglasses on, kind of a weird fashion choice. Which team's better? The Thunder or the Lakers? It's obviously OKC, right? Obviously. And Christian Parker comes from the Eagles under Vic Fangio to run this defense in Dallas. And I'm not going to lie and tell you, like, I've sat down and had beers with Christian Parker, but I read a lot and I watch a lot and I listen to a lot. And it feels like all the really smart people whose job it is to cover this league in minute detail all think this guy's a stud. And Sal Pal's on the show with us saying he thinks Christian Parker's a future head coach in the NFL. Like, this should matter to you. This should matter when you think about this upcoming NFL season, that this Cowboys defense is not going to be Swiss cheese this year. It's not going to be filled with holes. Here's Caleb Downs now in the first round. Here's Malachi Lawrence helping to rush the passer. Here's a full offseason now with Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark. And Kobe Durant on the back end. And the offense should be great with Dak Prescott and George Pickens and obviously CeeDee Lamb and that offensive line and Brian Schottenheimer and Clayton Adams, who could be a future head coach as well, their offensive coordinator. I think the Cowboys are going to be really good this year.